It's rolling.
Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we begin? Was the start of last session.
Sleepy time.
Oh, where did last session start?
Long rest plus chat in the rooms. We say hello. This is what we're doing.
Griffle comes storming in
Oh yeah, the dreams.
with a broken rod, which appears to be a bone.
It has bone marrow, and it was trying to fix itself, and it freaked me out.
Yeah, so we started with everyone basically waking up from their extended rest and dealing with things in the morning, and the old hats in the group that have used to these, visions in their sleep, watching the new people wake up, being like, "Yep, it do be like that sometimes." And our bugbear pilot trying to resist the urge to strangle everyone.
I was quite floored that the rod was broken in half. That very shocking.
I have it written down as Griffle announces she has broken the rod.
Griffle!
So the rod was broken. You have some discussions about kind of what happened the night before, and there's some discussion on what to do next, right? Because you don't have anything that feels like it's super pressing, but the group then decides to talk about timelines and what the plans are for the next couple days, and what's sort of the discussion here.
The discussion was primarily around, if we say we're going straight to the Reach, that's fine. But if we just show up in the Reach, the same day, people are going to start questioning how and might realize we have the ship. So we want to kind of think about how long it would normally take to get there, figure out how much time we have to kill to make it seem legitimate, and then realized I think it was 4 days we had basically till we were expected in the Reach. So we figured we might as well do things around here, such as check out the labs and fix more of the power systems.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to make clear is the expected time for a normal airship, right? There are people that understand that you all have access to an airship. That is something that is important, but the fact that is this specific airship is a different level of importance. And so the understanding that you have an airship, it would normally take something like 4 days to get to the Reach on a normal airship. However, your ship is able to travel at a little bit faster speed. And so it would only take you guys 2 days to fly there if you did. And that was going to be something that you can maybe take advantage of, maybe take an extra couple days of downtime and then fly there, or if you guys wanted to use the intra-planar transport engine to be able to teleport there, that is also something you could do. But before you kind of got to exactly how you're going to do that, there was a little bit of discussion about the idea of what to do with Lady An, of whether to return to court and kind of what to do with that. And what was ultimately decided there?
It'd be too risky bringing the ship to court. People might see it and realize what it is, and then bad things.
Gotcha. And so the plan is, let's knock off some of the things that are damaging the ship, and have a bit of a repair montage, and then work forward from there. So the group spent 1 day using the engine and repairing things in on the ship, which I need to make a note of that I did not. I need to change the formatting of the resident in the ship and things like that, because I want to make it a little bit more intuitive, easier to read, all in one format, rather than some things in weight, some things double value, half value, whatever. I'm just going to simplify that system pretty significantly. So I'm making a note that I'll do that before next session. So you do take a full day to put all the pieces back together in secondary engineering, and you're able to remove the energy drain from the ship that was the damage to secondary engineering. After that, so then you got your recovery day, you got some energy back from that thing. And then the discussion then became, okay, well, a couple of the labs are still warded, and that is damaging the recovery rate of the ship. So those could be things to check off of our list. And how did that conversation go? What did you guys decide to go do with the understanding that the labs would need to be dealt with?
We're talking about which lab to go to first,
I think
and
it's working.
Griffle, you're sharing your phone right now. Your video is on.
Oops.
We saw nothing other than a nice keyboard.
It's so interesting. So the world actually is upside down on that side.
yes, it is.
So
I think I sort of convinced everybody to go to the Elementals lab because I wanted to recover some vials there first.
And it would be safe. You specifically said it would be safe.
I said it would be safer than the Fey lab.
There was no just safe.
Or the Wilds lab.
Yeah. So there was Yep. So
I said it was unlikely that those things were still there. And then when I saw that they were still there, I said we should probably leave.
Yeah, by then it was too late.
It was too late.
So in the Wilds lab, in the Elementals lab, so Laboratory 1, had some fighting happen, some knuckles and jawbones that were exchanged. With that being the case, Syl, would you give me 2 checks, please?
Sure.
Hook me up with your choice of some sort of dexterity-based skill, acrobatics, or something that you would justify as being very nimble and jumping around, and then give me something that would be for physical strength, so something like endurance. So acrobatics or justification of something else, and then endurance or justification of something else. This is to see how much the combat taxed you, as the assumption was that you were there, and I did adjust the combat for 5 players rather than 6, because the group is not going to be taking an extended rest here.
Okay, that's actually a plus 11, so it's 25. Sorry about that.
I don't know what you did with that.
There's a plus minus in there, like right in the middle. Do you see it?
I do. I'm not sure what that supposed to entail. So easily made. So that's the first one, and the second one.
Let's see, endurance.
And this is just a quick and dirty way. It's not going to be the same skills every time. It's just trying to see if you had lost any resources, because some people lost some stuff and some people did not. Endurance of 15 is pretty solid. So,
but that's also, I think, broken, because it's 1d20 plus 2 minus plus 1 plus 3. So I think it's higher.
Your endurance probably isn't much higher than a 4. Maybe it is, but I don't know.
It's a plus 3.
Plus 3?
Yeah.
So, so a little bit less.
Sorry, everybody.
So please lose 2 healing surges for me.
Okay.
That'd be the representation of you losing a little bit of resources for the fight.
But no worry about that disease, whatever it's called, I forget.
Yes, which was kind of basing the acrobatics check off.
Nice.
So you mentioned a disease. There was the disease involved with last session. What happened?
Oh, what's it called again? Got the name already.
Abyssal plague.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
You don't have it.
Yeah, what are you complaining about?
I think one in Philly are the only people that got the plague.
Yes, but who's the one who's going to have to sit up all night with them?
Oh, boo-hoo.
Hey, no one's making you do anything, but as the captain of the ship, one of many captains, if you will, you you should have obligation to take care of your other captain.
So
And if it doesn't work out, we have this entire lab to deal with the fallout of the plague.
So you guys did end up fighting in here, and something was a little different. Something was off about the creatures you were fighting. What was noticeable about the creatures that you were fighting?
Two of
Well,
them
we
were
knew.
people.
Oh fuck
Yeah,
yeah!
they were
They
ex-people.
turned they turned into the demon beast thingies.
But it also seemed like they were like pretty emaciated, or like because Morin thought that they would go back to their home plane, and it seemed like they got stuck here, or like maybe were in the process. They were not healthy.
Yes. So the
And
idea here is that you were very sickly.
one of them had definitely been destroyed
Mhm.
prior to us arriving.
Mm. Right. Yeah,
And-
that one got.
And those that were still, we'll call it alive. Those that were still active were having some pretty significant problems by the time that you all engaged them. But they still put up a decent bit of fight.
Until Philly started running his mouth, I'll add.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have-
well, see, you guys were just mopping.
This man rolled 5 crits in a row or something. It's literally an anomaly.
I mean, when you taunt the DM, things happen. So, you guys finished. 2 people were afflicted by the abyssal plague, and then there was some discussion. Morin got more access to more reading material that he would like to dig into, but the group was sort of leaning towards not stopping here and maybe doing something else. So, what did the group decide from that point?
That we would head to the other lab.
Go
Yeah.
to the other lab because we got a notification that said there's stuff spawning.
That's an interpretation of things. What was
what was the exact wording? I don't remember what it was.
I think it was number 13 is not yet number 14 or something.
Yeah, so that you guys asked how many creatures were in the Wilds lab, and it basically gave you an answer that, to the best of the ship's knowledge, it's 13, but the assumption was that it would eventually become more. Does not know.
That says spawning to me.
So you guys headed to the Wilds lab, and then at the door outside of the Wilds lab, you guys were stopped by one of the partially repaired golems, which opened up an interior cavity to share with you some stuff. What's up with the golem? What did the golem give you guys?
Things that would be useful for those entering the lab wanting to stay safe.
Okay, so this is sort of the lab equipment, or at least what the people that were here were using. As you guys are now designated as crew, the golems are more likely to be friendly and help. Huh?
Helping.
Yes. So you guys have access to the several of the things that are in the Lab 3 subcargo, which are the +2 face slaughter weapons. And if you do want to use one of them, or even if you just take one and you want to use one during the fight, you can look in your macros bar, and you should have something that says face slaughter, and it'll give you an output that kind of looks like so. Assuming that actually worked. Yes. So just a reminder of kind of how these things work, and giving you the difference in like critical and what the effect of the face slaughter weapon is. You also have an option of getting the greater dimensional restraints, as well as the potions of wild speak, the potions of face speak, and the the scrolls of protection versus Fey, the ley line wardings, and yeah, have access to those things should you choose to use them. Yeah, and then that was kind of where we ended session. Was after this point, looking inside of there and seeing that it was the bottom part of an elevator shaft leading upwards into the Wilds lab. So, what things do you guys feel like needs to be brought up? What sort of things do you want to do for recap before we get into, kind of starting session at the door to the Wilds lab?
There was a discussion of whether we wanted to bleed on some apricots.
Right.
That is something that can be done.
And I think I did not. I used 2 healing surges to go back up to full.
Yeah, I have 11 surges left. I can use 1 or 2 in the fight. So I can give everyone one if we want.
So who has one of the empowered apricots right now?
I think
Or
the
who-
one that I empowered like a couple days ago is no longer empowered.
Correct. And it's not destroyed. It's just you'd have to
Yeah.
use another surge.
I appear to have one that's charged up already.
All right.
I believe I do too.
I don't think I do. I think I used mine.
I used mine.
I'm
Alright.
going to spend a healing surge to get one.
And who is this?
Morin.
Morin. Okay.
I don't use healing items. I use anti-healing on the enemy,
Mhm.
aka death.
Morin. Sorry, I have to figure out your name when before I do your card. All right, so those are the ones that you guys have. And Drock, you're planning on giving some to people. How many are you planning on handing out, and to whom?
I figure everyone should have one, so anyone who doesn't want to spend their own surge, I'll spend surges for.
Okay.
I would love to take one of your blood apricots.
So it's going to be 3 surges to get 1 for you, 1 for Blake, and 1 for what? Brain? Why is it not on here? I don't see Foxy as a player in the game.
I do.
Eh?
I do.
What the heck?
I see her listed, but I don't see her as someone I can deal a card to.
Huh.
Yep. Unless Rats is supposed to be you, but that seems unlikely.
Rats.
I mean, let me refresh the page.
Yeah, I mean, like I see you as a name that's listed in the bottom of the thing. It's just I do not have the option to give you a card. I guess what
Try
I
again.
can do. Let's do this.
I can give me a card. Oh, wait. It worked.
Well, I just gave 1 to everybody because that seemed easier.
Now she has
Alright,
2.
let me get
Yeah.
rid of that.
Yep.
Second one.
Toss 1 down on the table. Cool. All right. So apricots have been acquired.
Also, quick question. Your enhancement bonuses to the weapon thing you posted.
Mhm.
Is that an actual weapon? And if so, what type?
So the idea is that the golems will be able to temporarily overwrite whatever your enhancement and enchant on your weapon is for a while, as long as you're in the lab.
Okay.
So
And
whatever
you
your
said it
weapon
was
is
on a
currently.
macro bar. I don't have anything like in addition to my regular stuff.
So on the right hand side, where you have like chat and journals and all that sort of stuff, there is a thing called collection.
selection.
Should be the one next to the gear.
Oh.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And then there's a macro
Yep.
section in there. And you do want to have the show macro quick bar enabled. Check that.
Yep.
And then you should have a list of different macros. The
And
DCs,
this is face slaughter.
face ladder, correct.
Cool.
There should be DCs, face ladder, MKC, and talk to myself.
Okay.
And that's going to give you bars on the bottom of your screen underneath the.
Yeah. So I've got those active already. That's all good. Okay, cool. Yep. I just didn't know where to pick it up from.
Cool.
So these are macros that you can give us.
Correct. And these are also, a lot of them are things like more and just click the monster knowledge one. A lot of the more common things that it's like, I think if you're going to use this fairly often, I'm going to give it to you. So for example, if we decide to go into like aerial combat, right? I'll put the rules for flying and crashing and flight speed and all that sort of stuff, so that you guys have easy access to it in your token bar.
Cool. Also, what else is available to us? Because you listed a bunch of stuff, but I'm not seeing any.
The one I'm
Okay, I see.
interested in specifically is that one that caused the aura that made them. I forget what it was, but
Wording.
say that again.
It was
It's
the
called a-
wording.
Yeah, it's called a scroll of protection. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So I will copy pasta this into the chat. And it is a level 10 scroll of warding. So a scroll of protection. So it's a scroll of protection. And the main thing you need to know is that it's against fey creatures, and the utility power at the bottom is mainly what it does.
So someone should take that power, and then they are out of the fight basically. Their entire job will be to run around and kind of like protect others, which sounds kind of like what I do anyway. I can't get monsters to attack me as easily because I'm assuming my mark and using my mark would cancel this effect. But I was thinking I could take this, still try and be the defender if someone's being attacked, move into range, force the creature to leave so they can't attack as easily, things like that.
Technically, no. Your Battle Mind's Demand is a feature or utility. It's not an attack. So it would work until you made an attack roll against somebody.
Okay, so then I could still use Battle Mind's Demand, which means things would still want to potentially attack me with my mark. So this might be beneficial to me. It would mean I can't really do a lot of damage, but as we've seen in especially the last combat, my rolls suck and I don't do a lot of damage anyway.
The other one was that there's a potion of Fey Speak.
You could also just talk to them.
Yeah, I was figuring put this on, someone can try talking to them, but if they attack, I can try and keep things off of people.
Okay.
And then the last two were, and this is all stuff that's in the I think the Superstitions End thing. So the greater dimensional restraints, the potions of Wild Speak, the way like that sort of stuff. You can follow the links in the Superstitions End pen in the Discord.
Right.
And the other one, the greater dimensional restraints, are called dimensional shackles, and they basically they do what you think that the dimensional shackles do. They bind someone and they make you unable to move and unable to teleport out of them.
Cool.
Anything else? Any other questions? Any other things? Because those are the main things that are getting. Now, granted, you still also have access to other stuff in the armory. If there are other things from the armory that you want to take, you can of course take them. But I don't think there is anything from the armory that you guys, other than your barrel of fruit that you're carrying around.
So this face ladder weapon, it doesn't replace the current weapon I have.
Yeah, so it will, using the enchant from the golem, it will overwrite whatever you have for as long as you're within the Fey Lab, or as long as you're in the Wild Slab.
Okay.
So instead of whatever your weapon does, it instead is a +2 face ladder weapon.
I see. Okay.
Any other questions?
Cool. All right, I found it. Sorry for the difficulty.
It's all good. It's a lot. The one of the problems of there being so many things on the ship is that there's a lot of things in the ship.
Okay, so we have these dimensional anchors.
The Greater Planar Binding Manifold, is that the thing you're talking about?
I think so.
That is inside of the Phalab, or inside of the Wild.
Ah, cool. So it's already in there. Okay, cool.
The permanent fixture of the lab.
Yes, excellent.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
And then there's the dimensional shackles. Make a strength with dex melee attack against the target's reflex. You must have.
Gary, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Every time one uses her little portal attack thing, it deafens Griffle. What is the mechanical thing of deafening? Is there any?
So the mechanical thing is that it is a forced teleportation power. So if you do something that forcibly teleports something else, that is the thing that is setting off these alarms and causing problems.
Oh, can Griffle?
I
Can
thought,
you
I
ask?
thought you were saying like Griffle was getting a status that was called like deafened.
Yes, Griffle was getting a status called deafened. Are you asking what does deafened do as a status?
Yes. Yes.
It means you can't hear and you take a -10 to perception checks.
Oh, okay.
Now, it doesn't do a whole lot of things, but there are a few features and there are a few abilities that require you to be able to see and hear whoever's doing the thing. I'm not sure. I don't think anyone in the group has those abilities. So mechanically, it doesn't do a whole lot against you, but it does actually deafen the person. So if you need to tell them something, then you can't. Although the group has a scion, so you can telepathically tell them while they're deafened. But
You'll have to
It's
speak
very
up.
annoying.
I'm wearing a towel.
Is there any way we can ask or disable that alarm prior to like going into battle?
You guys did. I made the assumption that you guys.
I think I've already asked this. I think I asked it like the moment it first happened. I was like, Plucky, where's the mute button?
But we're
Yeah.
crew now.
The answer is no.
Right, okay. What if I just took the helmet off?
I mean, if you take the helmet off, then that'll definitely work.
But it's so good to have though. Also, if no one objects, I'm going to take one of our two-dimensional shackles and just have them ready just in case.
I think that makes sense.
Cool.
Gary,
Yes.
quick question. Prior to going into combat, can I do a charge without actually attacking, or is that purely for an attack?
So if you make a charge attack, then that is going to involve making an attack at the end of it.
Okay, I was hoping I could like do a faster movement, get more movement, and then not actually
can.
do the attack.
You can you can move, and that's going to get you just as far as a charge would. You can double move. You
Got
can
it.
even double run if you wanted to, but that's usually a bad idea. So you can. So your speed is 5, I think, or 6.
I think 5 after the armor checks and stuff. No, 6. I have a 6.
It's 6 because I think you don't have the penalty from your armor.
Yeah.
So you can go 6 squares as a movement. You can double move to go 12 squares, or you can run and you can go 8 squares running, or you can go 16 squares double running.
And in battle, what does run? What are the negatives of running?
You grant combat advantage to all targets, so basically everyone has +2 to hit you, and you take a -5 penalty to all attacks.
Which shouldn't matter if I'm going to do the aura, because I don't want to attack. And I'd basically be pushing people out of the aura. The whole idea would be move fast, get in place. They have to leave the aura.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good to know. Prior to combat, thank you.
Have you guys been to the wilds before?
Yes.
Is stuff there teleport a lot? Like, is taking
Um,
this face ladder weapon to prevent teleportation something that's going to be really useful?
I think, well, so like we had at one point Omen in our party, and he had like a Fey thing where he could do like Fey step teleport. So I think that it is known that, you know, they're capricious little teleporters.
Wouldn't the ship ask Griffle about redirecting the teleport, though, like it does with my teleport?
I would think so, yeah.
All right. If that happens, Griffle, always teleport them inside the aura.
Yeah, I will. Also, what is it called? The thing.
The thing.
The Greater Planar Binding Manifold is in the room, so that should be of great help to us.
Yeah, I'm not terribly worried about stuff teleporting. I feel like that's been locked down pretty well.
The one time we've planned for combat, and I bet we're planning everything wrong.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, the idea here is that I'm hoping that you guys will start planning. How effective that planning is sort of secondary. So, anything else either plan based before you guys head up the elevator into the Wilds Lab, or from recap that you guys want to go over?
Did anyone, like, we're doing this on the same day, or have we had a long rest since our last encounter?
No, it's the same day.
Same day.
day. Cool. All right. So the people who are sick are still sick then.
Yes.
Correct.
But we just have a few boils.
The only thing I'm sick of is your attitude.
goodness.
Ooh.
Billy's feeling thoroughly. I'm gonna take a potion of wild speak with me, and also one of these mind blank grenades.
Okay.
And I'm taking that scroll. Whatever it's called again.
Sounds good. I mean, you can take all of them if you want to. The scrolls of protection.
Oh, how many are there?
There are 5, I want to say.
All right, well, I'll definitely take one.
I'm swapping off my
There are 3.
talk to my medallion just as a heads up.
Okay.
Gary, are the scrolls like standard action? Could you just like, if you're in trouble, use one and like sit down?
It says on there what type of action it is, so it is a standard action.
Okay. Sorry.
And then the same thing by, just for clarity's sake, it is something that does take a hand. So, if if you, for whatever reason, if you want to use the scroll and both of your hands are occupied, keep in mind that that means you have to like drop something or put something away or whatever. You have to free up one of your hands.
Right. And for that, what action is the drop?
You can drop a weapon as a free action, you can pick it up as a minor action, or you can stow a weapon as a minor action.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so while Griffle's AFK, let's see how much trouble you guys can get into.
I think I'm gonna go in with my weapon stowed and scroll in hand. My main theory in this battle is gonna be using that scroll.
Okay.
So I lost the internet right when Drock was asking if there's going to be a prevention on teleportation.
So I think the group is under the impression that the ship has a lot of anti-teleportation stuff in it. So the group is feeling that the anti-teleportation on the weapons is probably not as useful.
Okay.
Oh, here's one other thing. You guys, I have this magic circle that I charged up from the table.
Mhm.
Should I draw it like in the elevator or something before we encounter anything? Because it's too long to cast really during a battle, but it could be like a little safe zone.
And sorry, what's it's a circle of binding, right?
It's
It's
basically
magic circle.
magic circle, yeah.
I think
So
that would probably be a really good idea. If nothing else, it lets us see what's happening in there without like immediately having to jump into combat.
right.
Did you
So like, yeah.
did you pick Faye?
I haven't actually cast it yet, so I will pick Faye.
Oh, okay.
So it's like I have it ready to go to cast as, you know, in a quicker action.
So you can empower the circle as a standard action. However, you need to actually physically draw the circle,
Right.
which is the normal amount of time.
Yes, that's why it's not really good for combat. So could I, before we use the elevator, could I draw a big old circle in the elevator?
Yes. So you guys can go into the elevator. And one thing I want to make clear is that this elevator doesn't look like a this is not like an elevator that you'd expect to find in like a residential building or something like that. This is a like industrial lift. So it's about 25 feet across. It's mostly rectangular. I think it's just 25 feet by 20 feet. And it is this huge rectangular block of metal that has all these things that kind of lift it up into the air. So, think of sort of what you'd expect to see in like a factory, something that might be able to like lift a tank or something. This thing is extremely heavy duty. So you guys open the door. Inside, you see the elevator shaft. You can, with a little bit of effort or a little bit of talking to Plucky, can get the elevator to come down because it's currently up. And once the elevator comes down, you can see the stuff up top and be able to spend the time to inscribe your what the circle that you need to be able to then cast magic circle on the ground.
Yes.
So the question then becomes: are you what's this thing called? Hang on, brain. Are you going to be casting the magic circle prior to hitting like up on the elevator? Because you can see the elevator basically at the top of the elevator, it's going to open up into a much larger space.
So, okay. So if I just say yes, then I have used the ritual. If I say no, then when we get to the top and we see the doors open, I can cast the ritual as an action.
Yes, you can cast it
And
as a standard action.
okay. So I guess I'll wait,
Okay.
unless you guys think we really should.
No, I say wait because I think
Okay.
the talking to
How long
them
does it
first.
last?
Like a really long time. Until broken.
Yeah, magic circle lasts until broken.
But the question is, we could get to the top and it could be full of, like dragons or something, not elemental or not fae, or also they could be not around and then it will be wasted.
Okay.
So is that the plan? Plan is draw the circle, but don't empower it until you're up top.
Yes.
Okay. So, if you guys are ready to head up the elevator shaft and get into the Wilds Lab, toss me a 1 in chat. Otherwise, if you have something else that you want to do or ask or whatever, do that first. Got 4 things. I don't know if Griffle is still making her toast. So she might be off making toast.
I was just thinking, is anyone strong enough to just toss 1 into chat?
I don't know if we really even. Oh yeah, we do. I was like, I don't know if we have a strength primary person, but we do. We have Griffle. So I'm gonna assume that Griffle is still here and is ready to go. So you all head up. So when you're at the bottom of the shaft, there is a metal roof on the top of the elevator shaft that's closed. So when you're in the elevator shaft at the bottom, when the elevator is lowered, you can see that there is something above you that does open up, but there's basically a closed hatch above you when the elevator is all the way down. So when the elevator goes up, it's going to open up at the top and then kind of stick you up into an area up at the top of the elevator. So the elevator going up is quite slow. It's a lot more, again, it's a process of feeling like it is this massive thing that's moving. And then when you get to the top, the elevator opens up, and the interior of this place is sort of a study in opposites. So the things that are very close to where you are in the elevator look really different than everywhere else. But even then, there's things that are right next to each other that look like they're diametrically opposed. So when you're looking into the interior of the lab, do I not have this? Hang on. Thought I had this as a hand. I do. So this is the interior of the lab. It is kind of brimming with life and vines. You see greenery. There's kind of water moving in different places. Some of the water is going up, some is going down. You see there's little pools of bioluminescence, and way up above you, you can see there are these things that kind of look like open windows. But when you look a little bit closer at them, you can see them sort of like glitch, kind of like a hologram, right, of the open sky. And then when they flicker and fade for a second, you can see that there's a mechanical ceiling behind it with these sort of light panels there, and then it flickers back on, and you can see more natural looking light coming from the top. All around you, and again, I'm kind of explaining from far out to close. All around you can see there are these structures, many of which are overgrown, but there's a lot of heavy mechanical things here, things that look like they would belong in like the armory downstairs, things that look like they match with the sort of higher technology thing of the like Forerunner technology. And then all around there's things that are covered with this overgrowth. Where the actual elevator comes up, however, there is this huge metal fence made of razor wire that expands all the way around the area that's around you. It's 15 feet tall. It's covered in rings of razor wire. And you can see that there are little like electrostatic discharges of things as the plants and vines and things are waving or growing or touching up next to it. It kind of repels them and statics off of them. As there's nothing that's growing on the fence itself, but there are some things that are growing right up next to the fence. On the inside of the fence where you all are, and I'm going to put you guys on the map so you guys can see this thing that I'm talking about. I'm going to draw your attention up here. So where you are is the elevators, the shaft, and I'm going to do the blue thing. The blue box is your starting box, but it's also going to be your magic circle. And if you guys end up wanting to fight a little bit more on spend more time or have more room on the elevator, it is actually a little bit wider or it goes up a little bit more on the map, and I can adjust the map so you guys can go up further if you need to. And inside of this, there are 2 little huts off to your left. And then there are these pools, which I think on there I said were marked as gray squares, but gray didn't show up very well. I'm talking about these black squares that are here. And in each one of these, there's a 10-foot in diameter basin that is slightly raised above the floor. It's like 6 inches off the floor, but very clearly goes into the floor deeper. That is full of this metallic-looking liquid that is slowly being stirred by some sort of metal stirring device. Kind of imagine like a big, like a fan, or maybe even something like a concrete mixer type thing. And these liquid pools of some sort of metal. And then you can see off to the left, there's a couple of tents that look like they are not designed in the same way as the other buildings in the area. And they look more temporary constructions. Like these look like tents rather than buildings. And as you guys make your way up to the top, you can see several creatures, a couple of which are inside of the building. I need to actually mark this guy's on top of the building. So several creatures that are over here see the elevator shaft coming up and look like they've got little spears that they are readying. They look vaguely humanoid, but their body proportions are a little off. They're a little bit too slender. There's like the chunks missing from their body. They don't look unhealthy. They just look like almost like statues, or like cut hedges in the shapes of people rather than people. And then sitting on top of one of the buildings is this creature here, which kind of perches on top, and it's kind of holding its claws forward with its strange beaked face, looking down on you, and you see it's kind of rolling something on the roof of the hut back and forth as it's watching the elevator open and come up. On the handout as well, it talks about the orange squares. There are these patches of what looks to be some sort of fungal growth on the ground, that whenever one of those brighter lights from above shines on or near it, you see it sort of reach up off the ground and kind of like it's trying to draw towards the light. So this is what you see as you guys come up.
And this is the fence here.
That is the big old fence of razor wire.
Okay.
And there is a gate here, and it is closed currently. What are you guys doing?
Did someone use that potion for the face speak?
I have it. I think, yeah, I would drink it to stand those fake critters.
Okay, so you drink the potion. You see some of the creatures that are in the kind of hut to the side. They start making like a strange sort of rustling sound. It doesn't sound like speech so much as it sounds like wind running through, like going through the underbrush. And nothing seems to be attacking you, but the creatures off to the side seem to be wary of you and noticing that you're there.
Okay, so I guess I would say to them, hello. We mean you no harm.
So the little green people that are sort of spreading around don't seem to respond, and you're not entirely sure if they can understand you. However, the creature that's sort of perched on top of the building rolls that wad of whatever it is that's in front of it back and forth, and then it calls out in this sort of screechy voice, which for everybody else in the group just sounds like a bird cawing. But one, you can understand what it's saying. And it rolls the little thing back and forth and goes, "Yes, yes, keepers come to feed, to eat, to play, to burn. Yes, keepers come."
What do you like to eat?
You see it kind of pull back the thing that it was rolling back and forth, and it digs its claw into one of the things and pulls out something that looks like a mat of like fur and bones and bits of sinew. Eat the meat, eat the flesh, bones, pretty sweet. And you see it snap into the little ball of gunk that it has and start to pick away at some of the bones and the mass of stuff in front of it. Griffle, your character is knowledgeable enough about nature that the thing that it's rolling in front of it reminds you a lot of like an owl pellet. Also, Griffle, do you as a person know what I mean when I talk about an owl pellet? You're streaming your video again as a warning.
God damn.
He's got one right here.
Having some phone issues.
It's all good.
Random button presses and the screen's crapping out. I actually went to unmute myself and it didn't work. I'm back on my PC now. I've had my food.
Gotcha.
Yes, I do know what you're talking about.
So that he's the creature, whatever it is, seems to have one of those in front of it, and that's what it sort of opened up a little bit and is picking at.
How big is it? Not the creature, the pellet.
About the size of a basketball, maybe slightly larger.
That's a very large.
Yeah.
How big is the creature?
If it stood its full height, because it's you're like hunched over, and it doesn't even look like maybe it could stand its full height. But if it did stand all the way up, it might be 8-ish feet tall, 8 or 9 feet tall. But it's very much hunched down, very similar to what the token looks like.
Morin, you got any birds on you?
No. I look kind of disgusted.
So Griffle's just like obviously not understanding, but is just fascinated by like everything, and I've taken like while we're waiting, just takes out the sketchbook.
I would, I guess, relate to you guys telepathically that I'm talking to this bird critter and she's hungry.
Well, we don't have any food to offer other than Syl. So
Wow, rude.
We could go back to that other lab. How many birds were left over there?
Like, would we assume that we just have, I don't know, like rations with us? Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's an assumption. Now, the question that I have to ask you is,
Sure.
I assume that you have them with you somewhere. Like every adventure is assumed to have like a pack that's got all of your stuff. The question is going in here and exploring inside of the ship, do you feel like you would have your backpack with like your bedroll and your cooking kit and all that sort of stuff with you when you went into this room? Because in my mind, I would think you'd kind of leave that with the main body of the ship, and not probably have it on you in the lab.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, okay.
Do these huts on the side, do they have like walls and stuff, or can we see inside them?
You can see inside of them. So the two of the things that are in there are there, and less like huts, they're more like tents. So think of the sides here being about 5 feet up, with like tent flaps coming down, and they're relatively open, and you can see inside of them are a couple of tables and chairs and things like these look like sort of like work areas.
Okay. So there's like 8 more of these things somewhere that we can't see.
Yeah, and you can't see inside most of the buildings that are around, and there's like the picture you can see of the is representative of the fact that this area is really big. Like the Wilds Lab is significantly larger than every other area inside of the ship that you guys have been to, with the possible exception of Primary Engineering. Primary Engineering might be about the same size as the Fey Labs, but the Fey Labs might actually be even bigger than it.
So with this razor wire fence, I mean, so it doesn't go like all the way up. So this bird creature probably just like flew over it.
Yeah, from you feel pretty confident that the bird creature could pretty easily fly over the fence if it wanted to.
But what about these plant things? Like, I wonder, can I maybe do perception or investigation to try to figure out how they got in here?
What are
Uh,
they?
so that would probably be insight, or if you wanted to see the what are they, that would be a monster knowledge check. So let's do. So we're sort of in um, exploration initiative. So just to make sure people don't kind of get missed out, everyone go ahead and give me an initiative check, and then we'll do for exploration initiative. And if combat happens, we'll re-roll.
Hmm, I can't. Oh, that's why I'm using the wrong tool.
Ooh, a little crit.
Hmm. Someone
It's the
wants
only
to
one
go
you're
last.
getting.
Yep.
So like I said, it's an exploration issue, so it's not really hardcore. You have to be in this order. But we had a couple people asking for different things. So someone wanted to do maybe a monster knowledge check on these things and was asking insight on how these features got in here. So let's do the insight first. And I will do the check real quick.
Even when I crit, it doesn't matter.
Right.
So how big is this place?
What's the question? Sorry.
How big is this place?
So it's about twice as big as what's on the map right now.
Right.
The ceiling is between, depending on where the ceiling is, it's anywhere between between 80 and 120 feet. So it averages out at about 100 feet tall. This room is really, really big. So one, you can see from the way that the creatures, the plant creatures are moving, they're avoiding getting close to getting too close to the pools. They're also avoiding getting too close to the plant like enough that you're pretty certain that they probably can't pass through that fence, or maybe the fence is going to be some sort of barrier to them more than it would be to normal people or creatures. And there is a little bit of I guess you could say sort of a lost vibe that you get from. They look a little separated from the rest. So you're get the impression that these ones might have gotten stuck here and are separated from the others. They again they kind of look a little sickly, and yeah. So you get the impression that they probably got stuck on this side of the fence and can't get back on the other side of the fence.
So, like,
And
I
then
would assume at some point somebody let them in over here, and then the gate got closed.
correct.
Okay.
Um, and then someone else asked, like, more was that you want to do like a monster knowledge check?
Yeah,
Sure.
I think I'm terrible
Second.
at those.
Well, it's based on your different skills. So for these guys, it is this. So these guys are something that you have heard of before. So these guys are called Vegapygmies. They are a Feywild creature. They're something that really blurs the line between plant and animal. And there is a race that is in this world that has a lot of similarities to them, but isn't perfectly similar. So there are creatures called Wildens. It's one of the races, and Hamadryads. They're the more plant-like humanoid things that are standard races. These guys are a little bit further down the spectrum on the plant side of things. They are Feywild natives. They don't actually have a problem being in the mortal world. And you know that while they don't have a sort of communal structure like a hive, there is definitely an exchange that happens in communities of Vegapygmies that's a little bit more communally oriented. Like the idea of cannibalism being a bad thing is not something that they would process at all, because everyone is just made of the same materials, and eating materials and consuming things is what you do as a living creature. Um, you know that they are they're very good at getting through like forested areas and things like that. That they never really suffer any sort of penalties from dealing with plant life. And they have one notable thing that I don't want to say that they're known for, but they're valuable because parts of their bodies can be used for making wardings against lightning, because they are either resistant or immune to lightning damage. Electricity just doesn't bother these creatures.
And yet the fence is electrified.
Is it?
Right? Wasn't it zapping the plants?
It did seem to be.
It could be not necessarily electric.
So Phil, what are you doing during all this?
I would like to ask Morin and maybe Plucky through Griffle, like, do these things need to be here? Like, can we just let them go?
I don't have any idea of what was going on in this lab. I mean, they didn't immediately attack us, which is, I think, a good sign.
I mean, I see no reason why. I mean, we're not researchers. We're just sort of bubbling about. We don't really need to keep them here. And if they're not posing a threat to us, I see no reason to keep them. Griffle?
Yes. But hold on a moment. Everything else that we've encountered has been dangerous so far. And I've heard some things about the wilds. I'm not so sure we want to be so brash as that.
I mean, there's no reason we can't just ask them.
Well, they didn't seem to understand me when I talked to them. Only the bird thing did. But could we open the fence if we wanted to? Is that Plucky could
Yeah.
open that gate?
Can we ask?
So you can ask. You could ask Plucky if you wanted to. I will say that in character, you guys can recognize that the gate doesn't look to have any mechanism. Like, this thing looks like a really big, heavy-duty chain link fence with like what you would expect to see as a gate on a chain link fence. It doesn't look like there's a mechanism like anything that you've seen in other places in the ship, where there's like seals and locks and things like this. This looks like there's literally a gate that has like a chain across it that you could just physically just unhook and open the gate.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Plucky turn off the electricity though to the fence so we don't get electrocuted.
Is that something you want to ask the computer to do?
Well, not maybe to do, but if that is under its purview.
So Griffo, what are you asking Plucky to do?
Like, does Plucky control the electricity going through the fence? I guess is the question.
Yeah, I guess I would ask that I would ask directly, like, is it possible to turn the like electricity off?
Electrical interference within Laboratory 3 is damaged. There are no controls for reducing electrical impulses, as things have been modified to draw more energy from the ship. You can tell there's this weird pause sometimes when it's saying things, where it gives you that sort of humming sound that you associate with plucky thinking.
Mhm.
And you can tell that it's trying to phrase something and it's having a hard time explaining something to you.
Ludonarrative dissonance.
It's like it's a computer more or less. So it has a hard time making judgment calls and trying to explain things if it's not
Mhm.
asked in a very direct way.
Okay.
You can tell that there was some sort of confusion in the question that you asked it, that it didn't really understand what you're asking it to do.
Okay.
It interpreted it basically, can you cut power to the Wild Lab? And it said, not really, no.
No. Okay. Can I ask Plucky, where is the damage localized?
So you get this very intense image in your head of the thing showing you this glowing tower of energy that actually is on the map. So it's in this top left-hand corner. And it says that the Greater Planar Binding Manifold is drawing additional energies to protect itself from temporal influence. And basically, it gives you this mental image of damage all over the structure that it's being attacked, basically. And
Okay.
you guys can't really see it because there's a building in the way between where you are and where it is. But it gives you a very clear understanding of where that thing is that it's having a problem.
We need that.
Hmm.
So I wonder if those little plant creatures can teleport.
So Phil's asked the question, Sil, what are you doing?
Would it be possible for me to pick the lock on the gate?
There doesn't seem to be a locking mechanism at all. It's literally just a chain.
Oh, okay.
You guys are thinking this gate is way more complicated than it is.
Well, it is electrified. So there is that.
Would the gate be electrified?
I don't know. Go find out.
I'm confident that it's not, since it's your turn.
I don't wanna. I'm scared. I don't want to leave the magic circle.
It's not active.
It's not active.
Oh, okay.
Purely a placebo effect.
I like the assumption monsters aren't attacking us. Clearly, we're behind a wall.
So can I say to this critter, this bird critter, yeah, we're here to play with you. Can you help us get out of the gate?
So it gives this little screeching, cackling laugh. Yes, yes, pass the gate. Fly to things, fly to things. Send us back like witches do. Like witches do. Come and play. And it sets down that thing that it was batting back and forth, and it bites in a couple of like more bones, and then it flaps its wings and kind of flies up away. And then it says, carry you, yes, to the witches, to the witches. And it starts to fly over towards you.
I gesture to the party. So our Uber's here.
How big is this thing, though?
Is this thing carrying us?
It doesn't look like it could carry. If it can carry one of you, it probably can only carry one of you at a time.
I vote for Phil. He's the smallest.
He can fly.
Who can't fly?
Yeah, he
himself.
can fly himself, can't he?
Still can fly.
Still can
Phil.
fly. Phil cannot.
Oh,
misheard.
sorry.
So it is
Uh,
flying up in front of you all, and it does look really kind of gangly in the air. Like it looks like it's a bit of an awkward flyer. But it's sort of bebopping in the air about 15 feet above you, back and forth, like it's going to pick you up and fly you away if it gets the option.
I nod encouragingly to the party.
I mean,
What's worse that could happen?
I'm trying to
think-
let these dudes free, so like I don't feel a reason to like disagree. I don't know.
I think I'll walk.
Can I walk up and just like hold my arm out, like above my head for him to grab,
You
or
can.
them, I should say.
1 second.
Gary cannot believe we're doing this.
We
None.
even prepared for battle.
I'm slightly distracted because I'm putting the second one on the field. So as it's kind of flying back and forth, you can see off in the distance another one of these creatures flies, like swoops in from the kind of rubble and stuff and the foliage just in the distance, and is now flying over top of one of the smaller buildings in front of you that it's coming your way, which is this guy down here. So it flies over, and Phil, you're letting it pick you up and take you off.
I give no shit.
So it's going to fly over to you. It goes and grabs hold of you, and lets off this little kind of cackling laughter, and then goes and picks you up. It's got really big, kind of gnarly looking clawed hands, but it is like it's dexterous enough that even though it has really big, nasty looking claws, it's not hurting you when it picks you up, I guess is the best way to say this. So it is going to pick you up and it's going to fly its speed, which is 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna fly over here. And you can see as it's kind of flying above, you get a little bit of a closer image of just how damaged some of these buildings are. That there's pieces missing. There's just like, if you imagine what sort of a high-tech type city would look like if it was overgrown by the jungle, you get the impression that this has happened very rapidly, but it looks like the jungle is reclaiming these buildings in a process that probably should take like a decade or something, and it's probably only taken a couple of weeks to have these vines and things that are kind of crushing the buildings. From your vantage point above there, you can see here in this sort of another caged or razor wired off area, there are a bunch of these cylindrical cages. So when you think of like the idea of like someone being stuck in one of the cages in like the crossroads, right? Like they're hung up. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like the thieves box or whatever. Imagine that, but they're laying down. There's 6 of them that are laying down in this little razor wire pen. That also still has that sort of gap around it where there's nothing else that's nearby. And you can see that this creature is sort of flying you pretty close to it. Griffle, what are you doing during this?
I I guess I'm waiting until one of them comes back, or
Okay, Drock.
well, hold up. Can I
Sure.
fuck around and find out? Well, can I do science while we wait?
What sort of science do you want to do?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe so the stuff where's the tool for this? Where's the
Probably the circle and ruler. You're trying to point to things.
yes.
I think it's like
Where's
3rd or 4th for
ruler?
players on the left. There you go.
God damn it! I've got to learn this stuff. I've got freehand.
You can also
Blind?
shift and hold. Well, if you got the pointer on, you can just hold left click to ping something, and it'll show me.
Yeah, but so you asked me not to do that though.
Just don't do the shift version of it. The normal version's fine.
Why not the shift version?
Because the shift version draws other people's cameras there, and then that's very.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm asking you not to do.
Okay. My bad. Because I just did it.
You can just hold left click and drag people's camera, but that's easy. So all right.
It's okay. So these things, the shallow. So are they like like bowls in the ground, or are they like raised up?
So they're very slightly raised, so like the lip of the ground is just a couple of inches off of the ground.
Kind
But
of
it's
like
clearly
shallow
set
fountain
in the
style.
top. Sorry, I didn't hear. Repeat that.
So they're like kind of shallow fountain type situation.
Yeah, there's nothing that's really like in a fountain. You'd think there'd be something that's raised above. It more looks like something that is probably reasonably deep, but it's set into the ground. But it's not like the edge isn't level with the ground, so that you couldn't like, you couldn't like kick something small over the edge, right? Like it's not going to get stuff that falls into the pool easily.
Right. And you said there's knives that are stirring in them, like sharp knives.
Yeah, so think of like a blade that is turning inside of it. It's
Is
just
the
like
blade
full
like
one
point
big blade.
down, or what's the orientation?
Yes.
Okay, so it's kind of like, yeah, all right. So, and the blade appears to not be attached to anything. It's just kind of moving on its own.
So it is attached to a thing in the middle. So there's like a piece in the center, and then it's just rotating around with the blade
Oh,
pointing.
okay. Yep. Right. Can I go
So,
and Oh, sorry.
well, I was gonna say, so it's like a mixing bowl. It's not like a sword blade, right?
Yeah, it's more like it's like a mixing bowl.
Okay. Can I go and like put my hand out towards one of them and just like stop it from moving?
So again, the idea, right, is that the blade itself, like the stir in the middle, and then the thing that's coming off of it, it's like almost 5 feet long. So you can tell from looking at it that if you were going to stop it moving, it would take a good bit of force and would likely break whatever this thing is.
Okay. I don't want to break anything. I just wanted to see what would happen if I stopped it. Can I take the knife out? Is there like a holder? Can I pull the knife away?
Hang on. I'm not giving I'm not giving a good explanation of what this thing looks like. So
Like a KitchenAid.
know what
Exactly what I'm imagining.
I don't know what a KitchenAid looks like, so I don't know if I can.
Like a stand mixer.
A
Ye-
wang jangler.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that is.
It's your wang jangler. You use it to jangle your wangs.
I don't know if I want to Google that.
Yeah.
Mine looks different than KitchenAid for sure.
Oh, let's see if I can. I'm trying to find a picture of what this looks like because I'm not doing a good job of describing it. But it's like a turbine blade, like a blade, not like a knife blade, like a.
I'm imagining like an industrial fan that's at the bottom of it.
Yeah, like an
Right. Okay. I'm with you now. I don't know why my brain immediately jumped to fucking.
Griffle's just trying to jump in the jet turbine.
Cool.
Pasting didn't work. So hang on. Copy image, or hang on, let's download this image. Because this hopefully will give you a better understanding of what this thing looks like. So that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you now. So it is doing a wang jangle then.
Yeah, so it is this big it's much more perpendicular than this one is, and there's only one of them instead of four, but it's slowly turning and mixing this silvery liquid.
Mhm.
And when you're close to it, the smell from the pool is reasonably strong. It has a strong metallic scent to it, and the liquid is very bright silver.
Mhm.
Like it looks like it is actual liquid silver, but you're close enough that if it was like molten silver, it would have heat to it, and there's no heat.
Okay.
What do you want to do with it now that I have better explained what this thing actually looks like?
I'd. Can I take a? Is there like a stick or something around me?
Sure.
I would like to fuck around and find out. I would like to poke a stick into the liquid.
Okay. So you poke a stick into the liquid, and when the stick comes out, it doesn't seem damaged in any way, and it's coated in that thing, and it kind of dyes the outside of it a little bit that color, where it does look like it's sort of coated in this silvery liquid. And even looking at it, it still looks like it's maybe too thick and too metallic looking to be paint. But kind of tinkering around with it, you're not sure what this stuff is.
Okay.
There was a check that I rolled for you involved in there as well.
Okay, thank you. I think that's enough for me, huh?
All right. So it's kind of
I mean, I'll gladly keep going, but spotlight
this is more or
sharing.
less the top of the initial order. So this is the creature is going to continue flying Phil somewhere on this initiative, unless someone else has something else that they would like to do.
Yeah, I want to check the gate. You said it was just chain. Does seem like it could be electrified. My flail. I'm assuming a flail is typically a leather bound or a wooden handle bound in leather.
Sure.
Which means it should be relatively non-conductive. So I want to carefully prod the fence with it and see if I can remove the chain.
Okay. So you go and touch the fence. I mean, it from what you can tell, holding it, touching it through the handle of your weapon, it doesn't react in a way that you would expect anything other than just something made out of metal reacts. And you can get the end of your of the other side of the handle of your flail under the loop in the chain, and then lift it off of the holder, and the chain kind of falls down. It's not like off of the fence; it's just loose. To where now, if you push the door, it should just open the gate.
All right, I will open the gate.
It creaks open.
Okay, I'm gonna walk and follow where Philly's being flown to.
That's also what I am doing.
Nice.
All right. So so as you open this up, when the gate opens up and swings open, you see the second of those kind of flying creatures fly up over and start to chitter at you. You don't have any idea what it's saying. But one, actually, let's see. It's not really talking that loud. So let me look real quick. What is your passive perception?
21.
21. So
Holy cow.
it's not really talking very loud, but the creature itself is kind of loud. And you see it opens the gate, and it's the second one of these flying creatures speaks down at Drock and says, yes, keepers, feeders, come. Feed the flies, feed the flies, feed the earth. And you see it sort of like doing that same sort of weird. You would say if it was touching the ground, it'd be like dancing back and forth, but it's doing that sort of awkward flight where it's flapping its wings one at a time and sort of dipping back and forth. So Morin, you move up to go and look. What else are you doing, Morin?
I think I'm just like looking around.
Okay.
So I think that I'm going to be like consciously keeping track of whether those 4 Vegapygmies move.
So
And if
as
I
you guys came out, they would have moved. So I'm going to move them on the map. So they would have kind of drawn back a little bit.
okay.
Um, you can see that they've got spears. They obviously are armed, and they're not advancing on you at the moment. But it's more like they look very wary.
I think I'm looking at them the same way they're looking at me.
Yeah.
And I also consciously moved away from them and then started walking to the gate.
Okay. Anything else that you want to like look for or investigate or have questions about?
I imagine I can't see into any of these buildings, and I certainly can't see over them.
No, they're very overgrown. You can see over them, but you can't really see anything like at ground level behind them.
Yeah. Okay. Um, is there anything like on the upper side, on the other side of the elevator?
So there's a little bit more stuff there because again the fence goes all the way to the wall. But you're more or less at one side of it. So there's maybe 10 extra feet. It's not on the map, but basically it's just jutting up against the wall.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just like looking around, trying to figure out where stuff is in this place.
So let me do a check for you. Is there anything in particular that you think that you would try to be looking for?
I think I want to take an inventory of all 13 things that are in here. It's like I've mentally noted that there are 6.
Okay. So you're looking around trying to find things. You can see that there are a lot of things around that look like foliage. And when you look at them, you're like, "Well, that could be just one of the Vegapygmies just being still." Like there's a lot of things that are gathered around that, again, since they already sort of blur the line between plant and animal, when you're looking at a bunch of plants, you're like, am I seeing things or is that something that could easily be an arm?
Okay.
One, what are you doing?
Um, I guess I will follow these guys in following Philly. And let's see. Um, do I know? So we think that the stuff in the pools is like a silver. Do I know anything about like? Because as a player, I know stuff about like Fae lore. Like, do I know anything about creatures from the wilds and like what they like and don't like?
1 second. Do, do, do. So there's a lot of different stories, and it's very difficult to know what's true and what isn't. So there are stories that talk about basically there being materials that they are either immune to or very affected by. There's a lot of stories about, there's some creature that's running rampant that is a fey creature, a creature from the wilds that needs to have a special weapon crafted of this material in order to take it down. So think of the idea of the werewolf and the silver bullet. Those sorts of stories that you've heard before. But the problem is that most of the stuff that you know is second or third hand, and there's so many conflicting pieces of information that it feels very reasonable that there probably is material that is very effective against fey creatures. You're just not familiar. You don't know which stories are true.
Um, hmm. So I guess, are we saying we can just move our normal movement speed, or
You're sort of out of combat, so I mean, as long as you're not doing anything that's like
crazy?
especially like crazy, like you can't just run to the other side of the map. But I'm not going to be super restrictive on how on your movement speed.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess I would say like I would want to kind of be up here with Drock and following Philly. Um, and I guess I would want to just. I'm thinking like use insight to kind of try to figure out just sort of like what what's going on here? Like, why would these pools be inside of this fence? What are these buildings? Like, what might have been going on here.
So, standing at the gate and sort of turning around and sort of looking at this here, it gives you a better idea of what this place feels like. So, everything on your side of the fence, the pools, the two little tents, with the tables and chairs and that sort of stuff. When you're standing at the fence, kind of getting ready to go into the rest of the main part of the lab, you get this sense that there's a separation between where you are and the rest of the lab, and you get the idea that this is some sort of maybe staging area. Like the lab itself is separated from the rest of the ship, and then by the elevator and things like that. And then this section seems like it's like the entryway. So if you remember from the lab where you found Morin, that there was, do you remember what was between the room you found Morin in and the actual like containment area? Do you remember what that section looks like?
Yeah, there was like the suits in the, not like an airlock, but kind of like a
Yeah,
hallway.
it was. I mean, it was an airlock. So
Oh.
you had this basically staging area between the initial part of it and like the observation part, and then the actual interior of the lab. That's what this place feels like. This place looks like it's designed to be sort of extra protected, and that this area is the entry to the lab in the same way that that area where it had those special precautions and the suits and things like that were in the other lab.
Okay.
It's just not quite as obvious here, partially because it's just a little bit bigger.
Mhm.
All right, Phil. So the creature continues to fly you. It's going to fly you to there. And once you get up closer, it screeches something at you that you do not understand. And then it just sort of like lets you go. Not from an extreme height, but from high enough that it's going to hurt if you hit the ground. Like it's going to drop you on top of that structure with all the lights on it, and you're pretty certain that it's going to hurt if you don't do something to either hold on to the creature or stop your fall or something like that. So default would be an acrobatics check to try to not take falling damage. Or if you want to do something else, you can obviously do something else. So the creature is 20 feet up and it's dropping you onto a 10-foot section of the thing.
Okay. How much damage would I take if I just let myself take damage?
Be a D10.
Just one D10?
Yeah, it's a D10.
Ah, fuck it. I'm falling.
Okay. All right. So you take 7 points of falling damage and you smack down and are knocked prone on top of this sort of glowing pile of energy. And you can sense that this has a lot of arcane potential into it. And you can see that there's little bits and pieces of it that are kind of like the secondary engineering, right? That you don't necessarily know what that wire is supposed to be connected to, but you're pretty sure it's not supposed to be, cut in half with bits and pieces sort of firing randomly into the air.
Is there another creature around other than this bird?
Nope. Just the bird that dropped you off. You can see that there's lots of things that are around this. There's some of the damage looks like it's stuff from like vines and other sorts of things that are here. This area looks more, I guess you'd say, intentionally damaged rather than the just overgrown that a lot of the other places look.
Is there some sort of entrance or like hole?
Doesn't seem to be. And this doesn't look like a building so much as just like a device that's big.
And he called it, what did the beast call this when I first, he said like witches?
He said he was going to take you to the witches.
Yeah. So you said there's like a line that, does it look dangerous, the thing that's cut?
I mean, in the way that like a active wire looks like if you put your hand on it, it'll probably zap you, but not like especially dangerous.
Okay. Um, and you said I'm getting like a strong sense of magic from it.
Yeah, like you are trained in the arcane. You do not need to detect magic to feel that you're standing on something that is powerfully magical.
Can I like? I mean, I assume it talks to the creature in some way if he's identifying it as such. Can I try to like, as we've done many times before, try to like connect with it in some
Sure.
way?
Are you going to try to? So you use your arcana skill, like your detect magic. You open your magical eye to this thing. Are you going to try to identify what it is? Are you just trying to connect with it? What are you trying to do with this pretty clearly magical device?
Uh, just say hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking to really, because like this weird beast is screeching at me, so I'm just sort of prodding.
Okay. So you actually give me a religion check.
Classic.
Well, specifically because it's you, right? Because
Yeah, I'm aware. That's I'm aware. I'm not trained. Oh, I am trained in religion. Look at that. That's a 16.
because I mean you're
Oh, that's the wrong button. What level am I? 5?
level 5. Yeah. So get
Oh
DC.
yeah.
So you try to speak to the machine, and then after a second, kind of the idea of your holy symbol of the talking to the machine kind of is part of your religion. And as you touch your holy symbol, touch the box, and try to will your arcane and will your mind into the machine, you get this feedback from the box that it is recognizing this as another sort of powerful energy source. And while you don't get like a response, like nothing's talking at you, you do get this weird sort of sense of like a wounded animal, right? Like this thing is damaged, but it also has some sort of like life force to it, some sort of essence of what it is. And when you say hello, it basically responds with the feeling version of I'm hurt and confused.
I
This
see.
is Philly's green wall.
y- Gary, I have a ritual
Okay.
called Make Whole.
Okay.
I can cast that ritual. Correct?
You can. It takes a significant amount of time, but you could do that. I will say
10
that
minutes. Oh
if
my god.
if memory serves, it also help fix magical things. I think it's mundane.
It is mundane, you're correct.
Yeah. So it's not going to fix all parts of this that are broken. And but one of the things here is that you get that there is maybe some sort of sentience here, and it is like I said, it's hurt and confused. It's not just damaged. It's unclear about what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe.
Hmm. And this is just when I poked it, right?
Yeah. This is
Essentially,
basically
no further
said
than that.
you said the metaphysical version of hello using
Sure.
your connection to the machine gods to do so.
And it just gave me like a dizzy groan is kind of the idea.
Yeah.
Let me think on this.
I can delay your turn for a minute. Let's go down to here. So Syl, you see Phil get dropped off. He does go out of line of sight of you guys. You guys can't see Phil anymore because he's on the other side of a building. Syl, what are you doing?
I think I'm gonna fly over the fence in that direction if I can.
Sure.
My
Where
speed's
do you
only
want to
6, so I think I can only get up to the edge of the fence for now.
Again, I'm not going to be really harsh on how far you get because I mean you could technically double move. But say if you wanted to get over here to the building, you could do so. I would not
Okay.
be against.
All right, I will do that.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Is there anything else you want to do, or anything you're trying to do? What's the goal of what you're trying to accomplish over here?
Honestly, just making sure that Phil's not on his own in case he gets attacked. So that's really my only goal at this point.
Griffle.
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna follow the others. Can we get through this? The gate's open, right?
The gate is open, yeah.
Cool. So I can get through here. Now this thing that I'm in front of, this is like a building, right?
Yeah, it's a building.
Okay. And this is the door here.
Correct.
Okay. In that
You can
case,
see
I
that
will.
There's holes in the building as well. None of them are very large, maybe the size of a hand. But there's like quite a bit of damage to the building in front of you. And as you
Mhm.
walk over to there, there's a strong, very pleasant smell coming from the doorway.
Okay. Can
Like
I
a
take a
sweet,
peek
like
inside?
candied smell. You
Is the
can.
door open?
So the door isn't currently open, but it's not locked or anything. You can just open the door if you want to.
I open the door.
So
I kick in the door. I don't
you
kick in the door.
grab the door. When you go to open it, it does open fairly easily, but it's a little bit heavier than you were expecting. Like
Mhm.
the interior door, right? You would expect it to be pretty easy to open. It's not hard to open, but when you open it, you can tell that this door is, more or less what you would call reinforced. Not in the traditional sense, like it doesn't look like it could be used as a barricade, but it's got a core, and then on the front and on the outside and inside of the door, it is coated in this metal that makes almost like a seal. Like there's a solid wall of metal that makes up the door when it is
Mhm.
closed. When you open it and you see what's inside, things are going to start to change.
Okay. I don't like change.
But you opened the door.
But
Oh no.
So inside, there is what looks to be maybe some sort of conference room or something. But you can also see there is this table with this large skeleton that is on top of the table, and there are these vines that are reaching out, growing through all kinds of stuff. In the center of one of those big patches of fungal growth that is sort of taking over the center part of the room, there is this enormous plant creature. And another one of those looks like a vegapygmy that is sitting in, actually, it's going to be over here, sitting in one of the chairs at the end of the table with the skeleton on it, that's picking away at pieces of stuff, like picking away at like pieces of flesh at the bottom of the skeleton. And when the plant, when you open the door and you can see it, that really strong, sweet smell is pretty clearly coming from this plant. And you see it's not moving that fast, but it's a plant. It shouldn't be moving nearly this fast. Several of these kind of big flowers open up, and inside of the flowers are these rows and rows of razor sharp thorns that remind you a little uncomfortably of teeth.
It's the day of the Triffids.
Just had to open the door.
This thing is going to react to seeing something nearby that it can do something with.
Pull a Drock, close the door, walk away.
So I am going to ask people to roll combat initiative for me, please.
I'm sorry.
Never
I'm
split the
doing
party.
this all-
Excuse me while I don't fight anything and just talk to a box, as I always do.
Gary, I can't select my token.
Make sure you have the right tool. I had that problem earlier.
Oh.
Oh, my initiative's so bad.
There's a lot of gray squares on this map.
But how do they smell?
Does it smell like sickly sweet, like putrefaction kind of sweet?
No, it doesn't smell like putrefied. It smells like candy. Like
Okay.
yeah.
Oh my god, it's a pedophile plant.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Gary, that's a lot of rolls that we're not supposed to be able to see that you're doing again.
Oh no.
And that's a lot of creatures that I'm not supposed to be able to see that I can see in initiative.
Gary.
Yes.
Why is he rolling so much?
Wait,
One-
he should be
one for
rolling
each.
12 times, right? One, or is it 13?
13.
13. Or 14 now, maybe.
10, 11, 12.
Should be
I see
right.
12.
I might have missed something, but we'll
Our
figure it
bird
out.
friends.
I might have missed these guys. I'll just roll again, and I might have to. It's fine. All right.
Wait, but is everything gonna attack Gary?
Because they are rolled in initiative doesn't mean they're like attacking. It just means
Okay,
that when they act is much more relevant if something in this area is in combat.
Okay.
So the cackling harpy, because you can now see names of things, which dropped off filibuster, is over there, and it's dancing back and forth, and you see it flies a little bit away from you, claws at the door to the like the back door to the building that it's next to, and then it flies up and lands on top of the roof. And you see the door opens, and there is another creature inside. Drock, you're up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start, I guess, use my speed of thought and actually move prior to everything.
Okay.
We haven't discovered what the orange is yet, right?
It's the
You-
fungus.
It's the fungus. You don't know what it does, but you have seen it in there.
Yeah.
The
That's what I
fungus
mean.
on
Yeah,
the
what it does ultimately.
Correct.
So I'm gonna skip going over the orange. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Real quick, do you think you would more likely have the scroll in hand, or do you have your weapon in hand right now?
That's just, yeah. I still have. Well, see, I kind of put the scroll away to use my weapon to open the gate. So probably my weapon.
It would be reasonable for both, right? Like I can both see you keep your weapon out because you used it to open the gate, or I could see after the gate was open, you put the weapon away, open the gate, and then you'd have to take out either the scroll or the weapon. Like all of those are reasonable. It's just I need to know which one is true for the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, fair. So the scroll is specifically for fey creatures, correct?
For
Yeah.
wild creatures, yeah.
Wild creatures. Can I do a monster knowledge check? Well, I guess I have to decide first if I want the scroll. I probably have still had the scroll. That was my plan the whole time. So I'm going to still have the scroll. Can I do a knowledge check, though, and see if this creature is a wild creature?
Can I also ask, since we're going to be in combat, could we take a 5 before we really get going?
Sure. Yeah, we can take a quick 5-minute break. Let's go ahead and just make it 7 minutes just to make my life a little easier. Let's do break until 55.
Sure.
All
right.
I'll be
All right, recording's going.
All right, as soon as actually it is your turn, Drock, so we can probably just keep going.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. So I'm actually going to move here, outside of its aura, and I'm going to do the monster knowledge check. I want to know if it's a wild creature and if it would be affected by the scroll, ultimately.
So it does seem like it is a wild creature. So when you get close to it, you don't know enough to know really what this thing is. Like, for example, your character would not have the creature's name, but the colors on it stand out so much. It's sort of like the super saturated type thing. Like the colors on this creature look almost unreal. And one of the things that is fairly consistent with a lot of fey creatures that are described in stories is that they have unreal colors, that they are this vibrant sort of life and vibrant sort of coloration that you don't see anywhere else in the world. So when you see the opening up of the petals and these brilliantly purple thorns and the pink foliage, that's like, okay, well, this is very likely to be a Feywild creature.
Okay, so then I am going to use the scroll because that is the plan. That was always the plan. So I'm gonna use the scroll as my standard action, and Battle Mind's Demand on the creature as well.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me for now.
All right. So this guy, who is somewhere on this map, there he is. He's not aware that anything's going on, so he's good. The witch doctor, on the other hand, sees something come in. It waves back and forth, does this thing that again sounds like leaves rushing through the underbrush, and it gestures with its spear and makes a clattering sound like branches smacking against one another, and grants an attack to our Twig Blight swarm. So it's going to use this thing for its burdened command. And the Twig Blight is going to try to attack you, but it's at a -4, right, from the scroll?
Correct.
Yeah. Not a great chance. Is his NVA not on here? I think I might have messed up this guy's attack slightly. So I think I accidentally deleted this guy's melee basic when I was testing things before combat. So I'll have to make one really quickly. That is an AC attack. So all right, let's ignore some parts of this. Because I'm going to be substituting this in for a basic attack real quick. Oop, I need to stop talking to myself.
I don't think it's its turn one. The thing was that it has to be on its turn.
So it's gonna be 19 versus AC. So actually,
Miss.
it's less than that because of the thing.
Either way, it's a miss.
Yeah. So it tries to lash out and fails. Then the creature sees that people are gathered in. Not super happy about this sort of stuff. Sees that whatever just happened didn't really work. So it's going to try to grasp Drock with a vine. So it holds up its spear, gestures forward, and some of the vines and growth around the interior of this building reach down to try to grab Drock. 11 versus reflex is not going to even your low reflex.
Nope.
It is done. Morin, you're up.
So where is the door exactly?
The door to what?
To the building that they just said.
It's where Griffle is. Griffle is standing right in front of the door.
Is it 1 square wide?
It's 2 squares wide.
Can I see Drock or can I not see Drock?
You cannot see Drock currently. He
Okay.
is
So, all right. I just
Wait.
wanted from Morin's perspective, Drock disappeared around a corner, and then there was like the sound of vines thrashing,
yeah.
and him being like, "I'm okay."
Yeah.
Okay.
More or less.
I'm going to move. This fence doesn't give cover, right?
No. Well, kind of.
Would the Twig Blight Swarm have cover to me because I'm behind the fence?
Depends on what you try to do. Probably not.
Okay. If I attempt a magical attack.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there. And then for my minor action, I will curse the Twig Blight Swarm,
Okay.
which should be a yellow marker. Can I? I can't get the yellow marker.
You can.
I can?
You can put it on yourself. You can't put it on creatures.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. And you want me to put the curse on myself when I'm cursing something?
Well, eventually we'll just make sure that you always have your correct markers, because I think I still need to set the token defaults, because just having your colors on your token makes it easy for me to remember what the colors mean.
Sure. Okay. And
I'll
so
figure it out.
I'll turn, I guess, to the rest of the party and be like, "So are we trying to kill this thing?"
That is actually a question I had as well.
Captain?
You can't hear me, but I'm of the opinion if it's trying to kill you, it might be worth attacking, but also you have to think of the fire that the others might bring.
We don't even know if it's attacking. It just moved weirdly, I guess.
It did try and hit me.
Okay, maybe, but also, have you considered that it's a rare specimen and it needs to be studied? Couldn't you just like stand still for a bit? I just want to take some. I pull out like a bit of string that's got like tiny knots in it at regular intervals. That's my ruler.
One, I like your question. Doesn't need to be alive to study.
So could I like hold an attack, and if it deals damage to a member of our party, then trigger the attack?
You can ready an action to attack it if it hits somebody else. Yes.
Okay, then I will do that. Do I need to specify which action?
So basically, you need to tell me what you're doing and what the trigger is. So you've already told me the trigger is if it does damage to somebody, and
Yes.
what is the action you're doing?
I will cast Hand of Blight.
Okay, sounds good. Phil.
The witch doctor that
someone's
is
about
now
to take
revealed to me
off.
does not look aggressive, right?
So to you, it doesn't look especially aggressive. More looks like the harpy clawed on the door to get it to open the door, and it's holding its weapon, like it's ready to fight if need be, but it's more trying to understand what's going on. Like, it was standing there, they'd opened the door to like what's going on, and it sees you there, and it's trying to process what's going on. So it's not immediately attacking you, but it doesn't look friendly either.
For once, we're not the only ones confused.
One second. I'm rolling for myself. Okay, I have no idea that they're fighting. my companions are. Okay, I'm gonna continue to focus on this.
And that is reasonable. You would have to roll fantastically well to know that someone is fighting inside of a building on the other side of a building that you can't see.
Yeah. So I'd like to continue to, I guess, converse if you to have a conversation with a box. You know, reach out and sort of with a sense of comfort, like I've come to help, because it feels like it's almost asking for it, at least at this moment.
Okay.
And if it can give me any direction in what it wants, is that possible?
Yes, I'm going to ask you
I
first.
know
What does this look like? Because you're being
similar.
intently by the witch doctor.
I see. Can I look to the witch doctor and gesture him over, like a wave, I'm attempting to help, and then that sort of ordeal.
Yeah, so it's sort of like you're trying to interface with the thing that you're on, and then you're also sort of gesturing to the witch doctor to come and join you. Is that
Yeah.
Is that the idea? Okay.
Yeah.
So give me either your choice of diplomacy or insight.
Oh, insight! I love that.
And this is an open roll, because you'll know whether you succeed or fail. So
hello, can I roll better, please?
So with an 18, you can tell that you haven't completely convinced the creature that things are okay. It's still not attacking you, But as you sort of gesture over towards it, you can tell that you're at least not you're not starting combat, I guess is the way to say this. Like you're not presenting yourself as enough of a threat or enough of like prey or something that it's not going to immediately attack you, but it's not 100% sure what you're doing. It's still sort of curious and looking a little bit closer.
Could I also like put my weapon down
You can if you
to
want.
like double indicate that I'm not threatening?
Yes. If you also put your weapon down, then it will approach in a much less wary fashion. It's still wary, but it's less wary. All right. So then you turn to the thing, and you're trying to interface with it. What's the goal again? So this thing isn't alive and thinking in the normal way. This is some
So
sort
like
of
literally similar to the green wall, right? From
Yes.
the very beginning of the campaign.
probably less alive, less reactive than the green wall, but yes.
I was thinking about this the other day. This is a non sequitur, Gary. Did you ever take like an intro to computer science course where they talk about like teaching a computer how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah, and the different languages and of machine languages and programming languages.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of the approach I'm taking right now.
Yeah.
Say I send it like an image of like a hopefully a mental image of like the broken wire that I saw or am seeing, and like that like mending together,
Okay.
or at least
So
a mental image of it. I don't know, whatever I would perceive.
basically what I'm doing is using your religious teachings and your connection with the machine gods to allow you to basically speak the machine language instead of like programming language, I guess is the way to say it. So instead of
Sure.
So you're going kind of one step closer to talking to it. It's still not perfect, but it's one step closer. So what do you feel? Because I would say by default, religion is what I would go for here. Do you think that there's another skill that you feel is more justified for that in trying to get it to do what it's doing? And then the question I have for you is, what is your goal? What do you want to either achieve or to understand from this interaction?
I want it to tell me how I can help in some way. Like what is wrong?
All right, so you're basically trying to get a diagnostic answer from this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say by default that would either be religion or dungeoneering.
Let's do dungeoneering. That feels more appropriate. And they're also the same role, so it doesn't really matter.
It's a little bit different approaches as well, because the dungeoneering in this setting is very much a how you interact with like computers and complex mechanical devices.
Better roll.
So with a 19, as you're trying to commune with this machine, you can kind of tell the machine gives you this sense back of confusion and injury, and what you get from it is I don't know exactly how it would explain this to you again, because this is in like impressions rather than language, but it basically gets you the sense that it's something has tried to shut it down in a way that it's not designed to be shut down, and it's kind of frustrated and annoyed. So basically it's not against for or against being turned on or being turned off, but someone tried to improperly shut it down, and it's frustrated because now it's damaged and not working correctly, and it doesn't like being in that middle state. It would rather be fully functional or off. Those are acceptable, reasonable states for the device. It doesn't like being in this middle ground where it's malfunctioning. So what you can tell is that the device either wants to be off and then presumably repaired before turned back on again, or it wants to be repaired so it can be fully functional. It doesn't like the middle.
I see. I feel like turning it off could make people angry. I don't know how to convey this. Is it still my turn? What's the extent of actions I could take at this moment?
So basically what I did was the minor action for the insight of the putting your stuff down and gesturing for the creature, and then using the engineering check to interface with it was a standard action. So you have a movement action left, and you are one of the people that still has an action point if you so choose to use it.
Not use an action point. Can I turn my movement action into a bonus? Is that what I can do?
It can either be a movement or a minor action. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Or minor, I guess is the correct term.
Yeah.
Essentially, I'm going to look towards the Witch Doctor and pseudo sign language that like gesture towards the machine and then say like pretend like some sort of like I am like point towards self and like some indication that it's injured and then it wants to be put to sleep. If that makes sense. Like so like gesture towards the machine, say or then gesture towards self, I'm trying to help, and maybe like put my fingers together like I'm trying to connect the dots maybe, and then like some like I'm trying to go to like literally put my hands together and like do the pillow thing.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna have it make an insight check.
Oh man, is it smart?
So it looks at you, you see it nod, and it then takes. So it's got a spear in one hand and what looks to be some sort of like cache of like a gourd with cord and stuff on it in the other hand, and it takes the gourd and the knot of cords and vines and stuff, and it loops it through a loop in its belt pouch, and then it kind of gestures with its free hand, sort of like a waving motion, kind of like what you'd imagine like ocean waves to look like, or if you're trying to describe what the ocean wave looks like, it does that, and you see its entire body turn this brilliant, almost like painful to the eye, vibrant green color, and then it dies down like almost immediately, and then it points at the thing and then does that same sort of gesture that you did of like putting its hand at the side of its head like it's sleeping, and then points to the thing and shakes the spear at it. So
How can I
wavy
interpret
motion
that?
turns green. So wavy motion turns green, sleep thing stabbing the spear at the thing.
Oh, okay. It's asking me what I want to do. What do I want to do?
That's a great question.
Okay, so just this is past knowledge. I know that the ship has the capability to fix things if it's functioning properly.
Yes. So the device that you use, the repair matrix thing, is something you have to actually physically bring with you, though. Like it's not like the ship can repair anything anywhere. It's a tool that you have to bring.
Okay. Oh, so it's like a physical thing that I would hold and I would be fixing the ship with.
Correct. Yeah. It's a device that needs to be used. All right. So that thing goes. Witch Doctor 2 is this guy over here. Okay, so he's the one that just had that sort of response. It doesn't look like it's going to attack you. It comes up next to the side of this, kind of next to where you're standing, and you see it extends the spear out, and you see a little burst of energy from the device kind of come out and send this zap back at the Witch Doctor that dances back away from it as it like singes part of the Witch Doctor's arm.
It hurt him?
Yeah, it hurt him.
Okay.
So the Witch Doctor then takes its spear, kind of does that sort of jabbing gesture towards the device, and then it covers its face, like it wraps its arm around the top of its head and covers its face and eyes, and then you see its body shift slightly, where this is a hard thing to describe because you're not a shapeshifter, so you would not be able to do this. But like, it's physically using its hand to mold its face to look a little bit different, and you get the impression that it's making its nose larger, it's making its jaw a little bit more pronounced. It's pulling back using its arm and its other hand on its ears. It's making itself look a little bit more goblin-like.
That's kind of funny.
1, you're up.
All right. I I don't know. I feel like maybe we could salvage the situation. Are we still thinking that?
I agree. I don't think we've attacked it. We have prepped for attack, but not done anything.
Right. Um, can I say to the harpy, um, uh, like, we don't want to fight. What can we do?
Okay. So the uh hmm. How would he respond to that?
Or like I would say, I guess like going back to what the other one said, like, so we're just here to play. We don't want to fight. What's with this plant?
Okay, so when you say that, it would do that same sort of like wavering back and forth in the air, almost like dancing by flapping its wings. And it says, "Fight to play to eat. Everything here so dull, so tasty. Witches, take us back to Brightland." And you see it flapping back and forth, back and forth.
Hmm. Um, can I ask it, who are these witches?
So it screeches kind of in one of the little holes in the building. And then it says, come from Bright, come from Bright. Promise to take back to Bright.
Okay.
You can tell from talking to this thing that it probably doesn't have a language of its own. Like, it's really not intelligent as a
Yeah.
creature.
Yeah.
Like, this thing's got like maybe like bird level intelligence.
Okay.
But from this perspective, the witches are things that are promised to take it back to someplace bright.
Yep. And okay, and then so I couldn't talk to the plants, but I guess could I try yelling at this twig blight storm swarm? Like, leave us alone. Does it react?
Let me look at. I don't think so. You'd think because I have this up here that I would have been able. It does not seem to react.
Okay. Um,
Granted, you can't actually see it from where you are, so there's that too. But
right. Uh, I mean, I vote that we just close that door. I think that seems like a thing. So I will, I guess I'll shift. Can I'll shift here. And then can I guess, ready an action that if something is, if anything attacks us, I will cast, I'll cast Secret of the Way at it.
okay.
Okay.
The swarm. It is going to attempt to use its action to try to run away. I don't think it has to move. It just has to move out of the aura, right? Pretty sure.
I believe so, yeah.
If a creature starts its turn in the aura, it must use its first action to leave the aura by the shortest route possible. So yes, it will get out of the aura. Shortest route possible. So this 2, 3. It still wants these things that are here. But this is going to be a very weird action. So it retreats back out, and you see it's moving very fast for a plant, but it's not actually that fast of a creature. And it spends a good chunk of its movement climbing up onto the table, and you see it reaches up with its many vines going out in other directions, and several of those pink pods open up and send out this spray of droplets into the air.
Oh, yay.
So this is going to be a close burst 3. So the first target is Griffle. Second target is Drock.
Rude.
You opened the door. I mean, come on.
Hey.
So 25 versus each of your wills.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna smell so nice after this.
Perfume.
And it is going to pull you to there. All right. So a lot of things happen now. So one's initiative goes to there.
Is that with the -4, Gary?
There was no -4 involved because he wasn't inside the aura.
Oh, you're right.
And Morin is also going to go to there. All right. So let me resolve this attack first, and then we can do other stuff. So a couple of things are going to happen. One is now that you're in this creature's aura, you can see what the aura does. His aura does this. Secondly, now that you're in the orange, you can see what the orange does.
Yay.
The orange squares are spore field.
Uh-oh.
So when you enter a square of spore field, you take ongoing 5 save ends.
What damage type?
No damage type. Little spores needling their way into your body. Are restrained. Restrained here. Restrained save ends. So Drock, that's what happens to you is you get pulled into the spore field. You don't take the thorny body thing because that is when you end your turn in its aura, and basically you end adjacent to it. So the 7 poison damage to each of you pulls you 3 squares. Now, Morin, your attack goes off.
Wait, hold up. Did you put the poison damage on me already? I swear I had more health than that.
I don't think you healed up after fights, so you should do that first and then take damage.
Also, so I have to figure out the parry proof of poison now. So trigger, I take poison damage. Effect, my resistance to poison increases by 15 until the end of my next turn, but that doesn't change this poison damage, correct?
So if you use the daily power, you can increase your poison resistance, and you automatically resist 5 from the parry. So you won't take any damage from Thorny Body, and you took 2 points of damage from the pull. If you want, you can increase the resistance. It's up to you.
Yeah, I might as well not. If it does, oh yeah, you gain 5 poison resist. I'm just blind. Okay, so I have 5 resist, so there's no point doing the extra. So I'll just take the 7 damage.
Mm-hmm. And if you do the extra thing, it will reduce the damage. So you were gonna take 7, you instead take 2. If you want to not take that 2, you could use the interrupt.
Oh no, I'm okay without the interrupt.
Okay, so you take 2.
Yeah, I did that wrong. Fixed it.
All right, Morin, Hand of Blight, please.
Okay. Guy.
He will have cover from you, but I'll do that on my side.
15 versus Fortitude.
15 versus Fortitude does not connect, I'm pretty certain, but let me just triple check. His defenses are not that bad, so
Okay.
unfortunately not. One of many.
Okay. So I said Secret of the Way.
Uh, 22 versus Will is definitely going to connect. And 18 psychic damage and can't make attacks against your will, which is good because the only attack you've seen it make is against a will.
I dig it.
And I'm going to do this lock symbol for that effect. And that is it for you guys' reaction. And that's it for his turn because he doesn't have a ton of stuff he can do. All right, that was complicated enough. Where is my number 6? He is over there. He is going to come out of the building over this way and is looking at what's going on. But mostly, Phil, you can tell this one looks like it's noticing that you're there and looks kind of curious. But unlike the other one, which looks like it's actively trying to figure out what you're doing, this one is just looking towards the witch doctor, waiting for it to give it an instruction. So it doesn't look like it's that interested or maybe even that aware of being able to figure out what you're doing so much as it's just there to support the witch doctor and is waiting for some sort of instructions or something clear that it's supposed to do. Syl, you're up.
All right. I guess I don't want to provoke anybody. I feel like I should just fly to the edge of this building and signal to Phil that I am nearby.
Okay.
I'll give a thumbs up.
All right.
Is there anything else that you want to do?
I guess I could shout, Phil, you're trying to shut down this machine?
No.
No. Okay.
I think I'm gonna do the opposite, or
Okay.
attempt to do the opposite.
All right. What can I do to help you?
I'm not sure you can at this moment. Just make sure that these dudes lay off.
Okay. Then I guess I will stand by here in case they attack.
All right. This guy sees that there is some fighting going on over there and is going to move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go there. Sees that people are fighting and is going to, I believe, just charge in and claw somebody. That's the answer. It is. 20 versus your AC, Morin.
Let's see. Yes, that'll hit.
7 points of damage.
We
And number
freed you.
I would say that they don't think of this as them attacking you. They think of it as playing.
Mm.
How
Little
do you?
meta game.
Yep.
Griffle, you're up.
Yo. Okay. So this thing is definitely like mega hostile.
Yes. The twig blight seems to be significantly more hostile than the other creatures are. The Vegapygmies seem less overtly hostile, although the one in here does seem to be attacking you.
Okay.
And these other two seem to be attacking us.
Oh,
But not
yeah,
hostile.
okay. The
I
two
felt
behind
attacked.
you guys.
It's more along the lines
Yo. Okay.
of there's fighting going on, and they have joined the fight.
Mm-hmm.
I
They're
mean, you guys
helping.
are
It
fine.
was
Though.
in-
You guys are fine. Okie dokie. I would like to do a bajonk on
But
I've got no
Jock.
ongoing damage, do I? No. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a bonk. Gonna do my twin strike on this dude. I don't believe I have any active bonuses at the moment. Yeah.
So the 13 is going to miss, and the 21 is going to hit.
Cool. And I've forgotten what this does, but I am using it currently. So the 13 would be a 14, if that matters. Probably not, but
It does not. 14 is
okay.
still not enough. The other one will do an extra 1 point of damage, so 11 damage.
Yes, cool. Oh, okay, so it's on a critical. Okay, right. Never mind. I don't have anything quarried, and I don't have any bonus damage at the moment.
Okay. So one thing you'll notice as you strike into it, it doesn't seem like it's like any particular part of the plant is more valuable than any other part of the plant. Like you can't like cut its face off. And as such, it seems like it just takes a lot more effort to actually kill this thing with slashing and cutting attacks. So it has the swarm trait.
Yeah. All right. And then I'm gonna pop Invigorating Stride.
First hand blast. Wow, that's
I
one of many.
literally do not have burst or blast attacks. I am a ranger cleric. Swarms are the bane of my life. Hole up. Here it is, Invigorating Stride. So I'm gonna go. Wait, where's the door? Ah, there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, not adjacent to any enemies, and I get to use my second wind to go up 11 health, down 1 surge,
And +2 to all defenses.
+2 to all defenses. How does one
There's like a little castle thing on your
little
together.
castle? Okay.
I keep using that, but I think that's resistance. The defense bonus is actually this one.
2.
Oh, I see it. There it is. Little shield.
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, and then is anybody low on health? Nobody's low on health. Okay.
Things have just begun.
Uh-oh.
Anything else?
Yeah, sorry.
Remember when we thought we were going to the Reach today? I remember.
You were going to the beach last time?
I think is it for like a monster knowledge check? Is that a minor or do I like?
There is no action associated with it. So if you want to make a monster knowledge check, you can. You know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. There's no action. You just have to tell me what you're making the check on.
So I would like to make the check on the swarm.
Okay.
And I'm thinking like any kind of like resistances. Like would there be anything that I could do to actually hit this thing decently? So skill check.
It's a knowledge check, so I make it.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good. You know a little bit more than the others did. You've actually heard stories. We've actually talked about this in the past. That you've heard stories about sort of fey creatures and fey predators and even fey plants can be really damaging to an ecosystem if they get into it. So these things are sort of especially like extra violent. They can propagate themselves. They reproduce very, very quickly. There was a lot of belief that they should be vulnerable to fire because plants should be able to burn. However, that is not true. You know that these twig blights are resistant to fire damage. They're resistant to cold as well. They're just very hardy plant creatures. And there's very few things that really hurt them except for negative energy. So things that are like anti-life, so necrotic damage tends to be very effective against them. Outside of that, they not only can regenerate, but they're have the normal form traits that they just don't have anything valuable and they can just regrow. And also are resistant to the types listed. So you know that these things are very, very hardy and hard to kill.
Okay. We're gonna fucking waste all our resources on this stuff.
I will say that even though you're the attack that you did, that's like you look at sort of the cut that you made, you can see that the part of the body that maybe would begin to regrow as there's like constant growth around the creature, it's not regrowing from the cut that you made with your weapon. And there is almost like this sort of blackened scarring around it.
Oh, is there? Can I intuit that that's because I'm using the face slaughter?
Yes.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, so I will just put Hunter's Mark on it then for next turn.
Okay.
If you could put a green on it, that'd be great. Thank you. And that's me done. Sorry that took a bit longer. I didn't really have anything planned.
Good.
No worries.
This guy's gonna come up and open the door. Walk out and see what's going on. That's
So they can open doors. I was just curious if our plan was to get behind the door.
Clever girl.
the doors it doesn't seem to have a problem with, but you feel pretty confident that if the other ones could have opened the gate, that they would have.
It was just a chain.
That's a while.
This
You never
one-
asked what the chain was made out of, though.
Oh.
True.
This one still seems interested in what's going on here. Let me see. Let's make a check for this guy. How smart are these things? Hang on. I thought it was going to be mostly a combat, so I didn't prep as much on my background stuff for like knowledge.
Gary, I refuse to kill things.
You
These
didn't think
guys
we were
are-
gonna make friends?
actually have pretty decent wisdom. Interestingly enough.
Gary, this is my campaign for friendship, not for death.
All right. So this one's actually got pretty decent wisdom. So it's gonna keep talking. Like you can sort of tell that it doesn't care or it doesn't realize that you can't understand it and only the other one could.
Oh, like my
Um,
cat.
But it's still sort of snickering at you and doing stuff. And you see it picks pieces off of the roof of the building that it's on and flings it at the thing that you're standing on and kind of jumps side to side cheering. Like it's not being very effective at helping you turn this thing off, but that's pretty clearly what it's trying to do. It's sort of offering moral support in flinging roof tiles at the thing that it assumes you're trying to break. Drock, you begin your turn. You take some damage.
Yeah, 5 damage, right?
Yep, 5 points of damage.
And if I move without shifting, I'll promote an attack, so I'll shift.
You are restrained, so you are immobilized. You cannot shift or move.
Oh. How do I get out of the restraints?
So it's a save ends. So basically, you're being grabbed onto and pulled down by the weight of spores that are around you. So you can make a check against the things, or you can use your hobgoblin ability.
Yeah, my check was 5. I wasn't gonna use the hobgoblin for this, so I'm just gonna sit here. in that
I am choosing to stay where I am.
exactly right.
Make sure it's clear. So there's two different things. So if you don't do anything about it, you make a save like that at the end of your turn. You can try to forcibly get away from it. Basically, try to rip the stuff off. You can make a check
Okay.
as a movement action to try to get away to tear off the things that are holding you down.
Okay, I'll do that then. So like, oh, what's a
Athletic.
good one?
It has to be athletics.
Oh, okay. That sucks. But sure.
So go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, nice roll.
So, like I said, I was choosing to stay here.
Yeah.
But I also
mean-
can't attack or anything because I'm using the scroll.
But you being directly in the middle of the room means that it can't leave your aura. So that's good.
That means it
Uh,
can leave the room though to go
Wow.
to you.
No, it can't. It has to leave by the shortest path. Can it enter the aura?
It can enter the aura, but it will try to get away from it as much as possible. So, for example, there's no place in this where you are right now. There's no place in this room that it can go and get out of the aura. So its first action is going to be to leave the room.
That's gonna be interesting for the rest of you because I'm stuck here. But I also don't want to do any attacks because that will mess things up. So I can't really delay because I've already tried stuff. So I'm just gonna end my turn. See what happens.
Okay, so you do have a standard action to take. Even if you choose not to attack, you can do either second wind or total defense, or some other sort of ability. So at bare minimum, you should probably total defense.
Oh
if you
yeah,
have
okay,
nothing.
sure. So we'll do that.
Okay. So you have +2 to all your defenses. Make a saving throw against your ongoing, please.
With a good roll, right?
Yeah, preferably not a 5 is what you're going for.
Well,
15.
there is
you're
a
still-
5 in there.
So you're no longer taking ongoing. You're just being restrained.
Okay, so I can actually stay in the orange safely then?
There
Which-
there are various definitions of the word safely.
Less damage is
You're no
safer.
longer taking damage at the moment, but that
Okay.
you would have taken some poison damage from the aura, but you can't, so you don't. All right, so this guy is going to be now on the right layer.
Who's this guy? Oh, that guy.
He's gonna go there. The door is open. Our witch doctor. Oh, he sees some stuff out the door. So he's gonna hold up his arms, and you see that sort of the effect that I described a minute ago, where like his body turns brilliantly green, like super saturated, 4K TV, bright green, almost at these like glowing with an inner light. And then you see this little distortion of energy in the air above his head, and then he throws a tiny dispersed orb of green that flies across. Actually, he's gonna have to move away first, so he moves the corner before that, and then he chucks this thing all the way through to there.
Through a door.
Yep. Why is that giant? Let's go a little bit less overboard with our circles here. Why? Why is that? Why is that set to do that? All right. Sorry, the weird box thing was bothering me. All right, he's gonna do that. Rampant growth. So 16 versus 1, 16 versus Morin, and a natural 1. So this is against Fortitude. And if you are hit, that's 6 points of poison damage and ongoing 5 poison and immobilize. It's 1 save for both. On a miss, so that's on you, Griffle, you take 3 points of poison damage and you are slowed at save ends.
Cool.
That's a very rude attack.
and there is just vines and growth and things sprouting from everywhere, except where this effect touches that fence. As soon as it touches that fence, all of the plant life immediately withers and dies.
So do we take the ongoing 5?
Actually, I'm looking at something real quick. So it would be significantly less of an attack roll because I realize now that it's attacking through the fence. So against Griffle, the attack roll stays the same, although that doesn't matter. So that would be 4 less. So it'd be 12 versus Fortitude against Morin and 1.
That doesn't hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So you guys don't take the full damage. You just take the 3 points of poison damage and your slowed save ends.
Okay.
And you saw that little green orb as it passed through the area where the fence was. It went from being this super bright orb of green energy to sort of withering and dying away for a second right before it detonated. So passing through the area where the fence was did weaken whatever this spell was. And I think that's it for him. Yep, that's it for him. Phil.
Gary,
Yeah.
I'm asking your permission. I think the answer is yes, because I've done this before, but can I expend a daily spell?
The answer starts off with yes. Then the question is, what do you want to do with it?
I would like to expend Silent Malediction to attempt, because it's thunder damage specifically, I would like to supercharge the computer in an attempt for it to repair itself. Does that sound crazy?
Did you use that in the other fight?
I did not.
Okay. Then I'm not against it. Real quick, hang on. Let me do something. I'm gonna make a knowledge check for you real quick to see. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay. Morin, yes, that is how a ready action works.
Okay.
So go ahead. So you're going to do this, and the way that you can use any sort of resource, healing surge, encounter powers, daily powers, that sort of stuff. If you want to empower a skill check of some kind, so by default this is going to be dungeoneering. You can do some other sort of thing, but the idea is you're using the power of this, and you're trying to supercharge a skill check.
Why dungeoneering?
Because that is interaction with. That's the default check for interaction with magical or with mechanical things. If you want it to be something else, it can be something else.
I thought you said this was a magical, extremely magical thing. Not
Yeah.
to say I want to use Arcana in this case. I was thinking
It is.
not that. I mean, religion and dungeoneering are the same, so it doesn't really matter.
But you can do religion as well. Both of those are fine. Because of your religion, a religion check is perfectly justified.
Okay, so I'm just going to describe what I had pictured in my head. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the witch doctor. I'm going to put my fingers together like I did, like the repair sign almost, and then just like gesture that way. And then I'm going to flip my hands forward, like palms outward, and then put my hands on the wall or the side of it and just cast Silent Malediction and just like send a very strong, like thundering energy. And then also like while I'm doing that, think like heal or like repair, that type of thing.
Okay. So
And that would be I'll do religion in this case.
Yep.
These rolls are such trash.
So you did expend a major resource for it, so it will be a +5 to the check. So,
oh my god.
So you throw a bunch of energy into it, and you kind of sense the machine that you need to repair. We need to fix this. And Griffle, you get a notification in your head from the helm.
Mhm.
And Plucky tells you, the DM's going to look up the name again. Plucky says, Greater Planar Binding Manifold turning to offline. And you can sense that in the helm that feels you this thing of powering down. And you see that column of lights that's over that you can just barely see over the buildings in the distance start to die down as Phil turns off the device that he just shot a bunch of energy into.
Okay. I feel like that's not a good thing for us right now. I don't know.
What's it called again, Gary?
The Greater Planar Binding Manifold.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
It's the thing that stops them from teleporting away.
Yeah, I don't care if they leave.
Okay.
Or is
Well,
it
you
the
can't
thing
hear
that's
me saying
binding them to our plane is the thing? Like it could be either or.
Exactly. If they leave, no longer a problem. If it goes poorly, oh well.
Uh,
Is that the end of my turn?
Oh, you still have actions. What else would you like to do?
Well, I don't know what to do with these witch doctor guys.
You did a thing. You got a minor and a move action left, or if you have some idea of what you want to do, you can just sort of describe it, and we can talk about what action type it would take.
Do I know? I don't know what this box is, right? Because only Plucky is talking to Griffle, right?
Yeah.
Or do
Plucky-
I hear it as part of the crew, or no?
Griffle would normally share these things with you easily, but you're
I'm
too
far.
far away to be able to know that information. So you don't know what the device is, or the device is turning off.
Okay, so can I turn towards the witch doctor and like give him 2 thumbs up, pick up my weapon, and then gesture for him to follow, and then start walking back to everyone else?
Give me again the same sort of thing of like you're trying to talk via just through gestures. So something like a diplomacy or insight check to try to get it to. You're giving it a thumbs up. You're not sure if that translates in.
Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, instead of a thumbs up, I just like will nod and like do the same sign that like fingers interlocked, like repair sign, and then like nod, and then again gesture to my hand over that type of thing, and then grab my weapon and start walking. So then I'll say this is, you know what? What is my diplomacy? I don't even know. I can't even find it. Oh, +2? Heck no, we're not doing that. We're doing insight. That's oh shit.
I mean, even a natural 1, it's not an automatic failure for skill check. And the DC wasn't that hard. So you do the same sort of motion. You do what you think is sort of the putting your fingers together repair motion. The witch doctor, it's still kind of holding its arm over its head, and you see it's sort of pushing its face into looking more goblin-like. Pulls its hand up, nods, does the sort of wavy hand motion again, and you see its body go that hyper green, hyper real coloration, and then it vanishes.
Perfect.
Hmm.
Bye.
Okay. Anything else? And oh well, that's kind of all your actions because you had to pick up your weapon.
Yeah, what's the most clear way to get back?
There's no obvious way to get from where you are to where they are. I mean, other than having the.
Oh, but there's like a door here, so I can't
Link.
go past this guy.
You could walk past him, but you're effectively going to provoke if you do that. It's whether he takes
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Sort of.
No. I'll stand still.
So this
Or
who's not
yeah.
aware of whatever's going on over there, charges over at 1. to claw her. 24 AC for 7.
That'll hit.
This guy, who's now aware that there is a fight going on,
Playful banter is going on.
gonna come up, open the door, and then go and move into one of the big patches of orange. And that's it for his turn. He's content to be there for the moment. 1, you're up.
Okay. Think I will. I'm gonna shift 2 with my encounter power. Or no, maybe I'll shift 1. So I'll go here. And then I will cast, I think, Dishearten. So I'll cast it right here. So it gets those 3 guys. Or no, I'll cast it here.
Okay.
And so I'll augment 2.
That is Will.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be 3 hits. And
Oh, nice.
as the dishearten hits them, you see their bodies sort of break apart and then go into this hyper green coloration. And then as they collapse, their bodies collapse as well and just vanish.
What did you do?
It looks like she
From
just
whence you came. And I think that's all I will do.
Okay. Morin, you're up.
So we're killing them now.
Yep. They hit me a bunch of times.
Okay. So with my minor, I'm gonna curse Vegapygmy Scavenger. Wait, yeah. Oh
don't
wait,
think-
no, I can't.
Has to be-
Yeah, I will move 2 and then curse it.
Okay.
And we'll see how my rolls are today. I'm gonna use Hand of Blight. Have Prime Shot. There's no attack modifier on it. I'll use my Fell Might. Oh my god. Same roll as
So you can see this strange sort of look on the creature's face when it watched all the other ones sort of explode. And as you go to cast up to it, you see the creature sort of lean into the spell like mechanically it's going to grant combat advantage to it and then take the spell straight to the face.
Okay.
And die.
What?
We're freeing them.
Just want to go home.
You can tell from the expression on the thing's face that like it saw whatever happened with the other 3 and was like, oh, that's what I want to have happen.
Yeah. So that's my move, minor instinct.
All right. The swarm.
What?
The swarm has to. So, well, first of all, the swarm is provoking an attack of opportunity. So,
I won't attack though. I want to keep the aura.
okay. It's gonna make it to here and then to here, and then it's gonna have to continue getting away from things because as it gets to here and it goes into these squares, as the vines sort of come out into the room, you see wherever one of the vines is touching that metal plating on the door, that it burns the creature, and there's these little wisps of smoke. And the creature's going to provoke an attack from Griffle.
Yep, I will indeed take that. Bonk.
So let's
Bonk.
see. Hang on, how many squares did he move? Right? One,
Wowie.
2, 3, 4. So a 19 AC on this guy does connect for 7 points of damage. Yep.
7. Oh, halved, because, yeah, okay.
So it gets to here, and you can see the vines on the creature are like recoiled in as it's stuck between that fence and the door, trying not to touch anything. So it's this bigger creature, and it's retracting in its vines like it's trying to hold in close. Effectively, it's going to be squeezing as long as it's here because it doesn't want to touch anything on the sides.
Uh-huh.
Gary, real quick, do I need to save against the slow or something?
Yes, if you are slowed, you need to save against it.
Okay.
Oh yeah. That's just a d20, right?
Yes, just a d20, 10 or higher, you succeed. It's not succeed, unfortunately. So I'm trying to think of what this thing would do. It had to move to get to there. For whatever reason, its basic attacks got deleted. So it's going to crawl up on top of the building because it's the only way it can get away from all of these things that it doesn't like. Elevation up. Got flight of 2. And then it just got smacked by Griffle, so it's going to Thorn Shot. So it's range basic on Griffle.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, these got deleted, so I have to do them manually. 30 AC is going to connect.
Yes.
So 13 points of damage as this basically high-powered, like a high-powered rifle fired thorn out of the creature's body and shot into you.
Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. How much damage, sorry?
13 damage.
13.
You're far too used to plants and creatures trying to just attack you at random, hey?
Well, you see, I've been on many expeditions, exploring lots of different places. Fascinating stuff. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff these primitive creatures eat sometimes, including me.
Still, you watch as the scavenger that was over here. It doesn't look as flashy as the witch doctor when it does it, but you do see this sort of hyper green glow from the creature, and then it just sort of fades, like it just sort of vanishes. You're up.
All right. Phil, would it benefit you to be able to fly 6 squares? Maybe you could fly on top of the building.
I'm just gonna walk through the building.
You're just gonna walk through it?
I think so, yeah. Right? I can do that, Gary.
I mean, you're dazed, but yes.
I am dazed, but I can save at the start of my turn. I'm not really. It's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna start flying back then.
You could, hypothetically speaking, save at the start of your turn. You've never done it, but it is a possibility.
That's not true. You're a liar.
You have a 100% failure chance of saving on the first turn after you daze yourself.
I do everything with success.
Even failure?
Even failure.
failure. I fail successfully. Still, I think it would be wise to inform others that the creatures are able to leave.
All right. I am flying back to report that.
Okay, so I mean, you can move a lot more than that.
Oh yeah, right. I can go twice. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Or
And you can yell from there, but you know you need to be within 5 squares for one's telepathy.
okay. I guess I'm going. I think I can go here. And then I report that these guys want to leave.
All right. Gripple.
Yes. Hmm. I'm slowed. So that means my movement is 2, right?
It does.
So if I charge, do I still get the +1 to movement?
It's not one +1 to movement, it's +1 to attack. But you can move and charge if you want to go after like the scavenger, because that's close enough.
That's what I would like to do. Boop. 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 Bonk.
Where are you attacking the swarm?
Yes.
It is on the ceiling, or it's on the roof. So the little
Can I
marker,
reach it?
you're gonna have to climb the building in order to do that.
Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I must have zoned out for that one. Yikes.
While slowed, it's going to be very difficult in order to get up to it.
Yeah. Are the Vigipygmies, are they still like, are they fighting us, or have they like stopped?
They still seem to be fighting.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can just get over to this one then.
Okay.
Yeah. So no charge then. And I will quarry this one
Okay.
and then do a twin strike. Bionk.
Beep.
My rules. My rules.
I mean, 18 on the die. So, and it is gone.
Cool. And then I make my saving throw. Where is my saving throw button? Rip.
24 AC against Griffle. These guys have
Uh,
actually been doing really well.
Actually, hold up. That's maybe not a hit. No, that is a hit. 23.
So 7 points of damage to you. The harpy number 1, will cackle madly, fly down towards Filibuster, and then do this really grand gesture, like it's opening up its arms, and you get this incredibly strong smell. It's not necessarily a bad smell. It's not what you call a stench, but it's very irony. It's a very strong smell of like maybe like blood and musk, like a big creature. And then when it comes close to you, the browns and reds of the creature's body become this hyper saturated, bright coloration, and it flaps its wings very dramatically right over top of you and vanishes as it does.
That little jokester.
So, a couple things here. One, you guys are going to have an extended rest after this. And there's nothing in the combat that can really be over threatening because they are basically, as soon as they're aware that they're all shifting away. The only thing that wouldn't do that is going to be the swarm. So what I'd like to do is call combat here and then kind of narratively describe what happens. The swarm is going to stay and fight until something kills it. So that is something you have to eliminate. But once the other Vegapygmies realize that if they get killed or if they are aware that they can shift back, will just vanish. So I am going to call combat there. Go ahead and take a quick. Let's do a 5 minutes. Let's do until 17. Go chill, get water, whatever.
All right.
Short rest in and out of game.
Cool.
4.
Oh,
7.
Was it
before you
7 or
guys
8?
did the labs, it was 7. Yeah.
And then, well, when we first went on the ship, it was negative. Then we got it to like 1, right? After we
Mm-hmm.
did the very first thing, and then the dragon fight brought it up to like 7. Or
You guys have done a bunch of things.
there's a bunch of stuff.
The spending a day repairing secondary engineering had the biggest impact after you got it to positive. Because that was 6%.
Oh, it was still negative before the dragon fight. That's right.
Correct.
The dragon fight brought it to 1. We're back, baby. Hope no one wanted to do any research.
All the subjects have been sent home. All right, so Drock, Griffle, Morin, Syl, we're still waiting on. No, Phil is here. Not typed anything.
Your audio quality's changed, Gary.
Is that better?
Probably
Oh, yeah.
sitting back a little bit. Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
It was because I moved the mic, so I was on the wrong side of the what is this thing called? The thing that dampens feedback.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was talking to the back of my mic instead of the front.
Makes sense.
Your pop filter.
That's what it's called, pop filter. So yeah, I was not talking through that, which it does make a difference.
Quite a big one,
Really
actually.
does. It really does.
So you guys finish cleaning up the stuff here and are able to kind of look around inside of the Wilds lab. There's a lot of stuff in here that's still dangerous, but nothing that you would need to fight. A lot of the growths and things and plants are venomous, poisonous, will grab you and try to eat you, that sort of stuff. But nothing that is mobile enough to be problems to people that are wary and armed and on their guard.
So it's Australia.
It'd be nothing mobile enough to try to eat you.
Oh, okay.
It's like Australia when it's being nice. So, yeah, what's the plan from here on in? You've recovered enough the stuff of the ship to get it to be pretty close to recovering at full rate. The only thing that is still draining energy cost is the secondary containment in Laboratory 2. And this is, the end of day 3 where you've taken a little bit of a beating and are tired, but do you guys have anything that you want to do before you take your extended rest at the end of day 3?
Can we ask Plucky what that silver goo is?
If that's something you want to do? Sure.
Yeah, kind of. Curious.
So it does not use these terms, but it is going to basically explain that they are, it pulls with Quicksilver. Well, actually, it would use the term Quicksilver. It pulls with Quicksilver used for poisoning creatures of the wilds.
Oh.
Could have coded our weapons in that.
Or push them in.
Shoulda, woulda. We're nicer than that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I guess he doesn't know what happened over here.
yeah. What are the things that are in these cages? Maybe I missed that when you were describing.
What's up? What cages?
In the 3
On the left?
or the 5 cages. Yeah, these. Yep.
These? So you can see that they are mostly empty. There are some remains and stuff inside of it, but these look like they are some sort of experimental cages that everything in there is currently dead. But the cages are made of the same material that the fences are. And you've seen the way that the fey creatures reacted to the fence and the doors. So these would be pretty think of the way that the twig blight reacted when it couldn't get far enough away from the door and the um wall. Imagine being in a cage that's very small, the same sort of thing.
That's mean.
Yeah.
It's assume. Well, I guess we could ask Plucky. Plucky, are the fences made of quicksilver as well?
So the Plucky would respond, all containment fences are casted of cold iron.
Mm.
Sure.
And can we like just quickly tour these buildings that we haven't been in yet to check out
Yeah.
what's in there?
You may indeed. Let me push these things to the background real quick.
I want to see if there's a terminal like the one in the Elementals lab, and then I want to take a look at that skeleton.
So, looking through here, this lab seems a lot more. I don't know how to put this in better terms. Torturous, I guess, is the word. They're a lot more. It seems a lot more brutal than the other labs do. Where like several of the areas, the creature that looks like it was dissected in the building that had the twig blight in it, it's shown with restraints on, so it was probably alive during the process. There are lots of places that have those. There's a couple of more of those cages made of cold iron inside of places with sort of bones and blood spatter and stuff next to it. There are bones and hunks of flesh and pieces of fey materials that are sort of stacked in boxes and crates and things in different areas around here. This place looks a lot more, like I said, like a lot more brutal than anywhere else. There is a building that is kind of in the far right down here. So this building that does have, I don't know if I'm on the right layer, so that actually pulled you guys. But this building down here does have one of those terminals in it, so that you can go and access the information. However, one thing that you'll very quickly get more in is that the style of information and the style of records here is pretty significantly different from the style of the other two labs. These look more like physical records rather than explanatory records. Like these are like anatomy records. This is
Okay.
like what works on these creatures, what like the results of like physical dissection. Whereas a lot more of the other stuff is more theory and the philosophy behind certain things and the practice of arcane binding and things like that.
Right.
This is much more of like an anatomy book than the others are.
Okay. I think that's exactly like the level of knowledge that I would be interested in having for this lab.
Cool.
Am I like here?
Are you here? Yes.
Yeah. Did some like so we so sorry. I think I misunderstood. I thought we were going for like a rest, but
So I was asking you guys. You guys are going to be able to get the benefit of extended rest. The question is,
oh, but what are we doing before we go do that? Right.
yeah, is there anything you guys want to do before the extended rest? And
So Griffel's gonna be like walking around, I guess like maybe with Marin, like witnessing this stuff and growing increasingly disgusted. And like she reaches a breaking point where she turns to Marin and she's just like, let's torch the whole place. This is disgusting.
Yeah. I'm probably not as disturbed as Griffle, but like this is clearly not the type of research that I would be doing if I had a lab like this. So I just kind of like nod silently.
Can we look at the skeleton in this room that had the swarm?
Mm-hmm.
What?
So
Yeah.
it's very difficult to tell kind of necessarily what it was, but one of the things that you'll get is that it is just much bigger. Like this person was like 10 feet tall when they were alive. What you need to know to kind of, again, the whole anatomy skill is heal. So if you wanted to give me a heal check to sort of examine the skeleton to sort of figure out maybe what it was when it was alive.
Griffle?
Yeah, sure. Why the heck not? Let me. I swear one day I'll get better at finding these things.
Are there any labels or like files around?
Yeah, so
In
there
specific
are
in this room?
Not very.
the research. So
I
that's still
didn't do great.
moderate because your heal's pretty good. One of the things that you'll notice, so okay, let's do Morin's thing first. So Morin, you can see that there are files in here, and the files in here are more similar to the other labs than the anatomy stuff that's in like the primary system. And the files here are talking about the difficulties of getting the correct thing from summoning the correct things from the wilds, because the connection between this world and the wilds is so weak. So you might try to summon one thing and get something completely different. And one of the anomalies that they were able to summon was this thing. It was different from everything else that they were able to pull from the wilds. And you get the impression from the thing that it was alive but comatose, and that there is a pretty detailed account of them attempting to do different things to wake this thing up, and finding out that one, it was still alive and it was just comatose, but they could not figure out how to wake it up, and so they just started dissecting it. Griffle, what you'll get from your heal check is that the bones that are left here and the bits of flesh that are still here are fairly light for how big the creature is. At first glance, with the size of the person, the default assumption would be that this thing is something like a Goliath, because it does have roughly humanoid proportions, and they are the size of a Goliath. But looking through it, you're pretty certain that it's just not heavily built enough. That this person, when they were alive, you don't have enough information to know what race they were, but they were very slight. So they were a more slender race that was taller, but you don't know any, 8.5, 9 foot tall, slender humanoid races.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like Goliath size, but maybe
But lanky.
Yeah, but lanky.
Okay.
And you would need more of the body intact to be able to get any closer.
Yep. If nobody stops me, I'm gonna I'm gonna start setting fire to shit.
So you guys have been to the wilds before. Do any of the creatures that we've come across look familiar?
No. We saw like some trolls. I think that was pretty much it. We weren't there very long.
I
I
haven't been at all.
think I would not let Griffle start setting the lab on fire.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the lab, but fire's not necessarily good either. I do want to That machine, I think it would be good for it to stay off and broken.
Okay.
That's my
Um,
thought. If there's a way to disable it so that this can't happen again easily.
Well, that machine just anchors stuff here, right? So if there's nothing here to anchor,
True. Yeah.
I don't. Well, I guess I could maybe like look around and see, but I don't think that's what is bringing things here. It's just what's keeping them.
Yeah, so exploring through the labs and things, you don't find anything that and this is, you guys have a good bit of time to do this, so I'm not having you guys make checks. You don't find anything that's like an obvious like summoning area like there was in the elementals lab. So you don't know exactly how these things got here, although you also know that you don't necessarily need something that is that specific, and you're not entirely sure what. Actually, let me look. His I forget what things he's trained in, so I want to know quick.
Cool.
Morin, what's Morin's training? So actually, I will say at first glance, you do not find anything that is obvious. How long would Morin spend doing this? Because Morin might have the ability to find out kind of what's going on here.
I don't know. I think it would largely depend on how interested the rest of the people, because I don't think my character has much knowledge of the wilds,
Mhm.
and I definitely have a motivation to spend some time in the elemental lab. And so I don't think that I would invest a lot of time investigating this
Yeah, so
lab
the
unless
idea is the initial question of, well, the binding stops things from leaving. How is it bringing things here? The answer to that you know is no. So then it
Right.
becomes, all right, well, they need some sort of summoning circle. They need a place to summon them. There's nothing that's obvious. How hard would you look to see if you could find something that fits the bill? It sounds like not really, and then that then goes to the group of how much
Yeah.
would the group kind of press to be like, well, okay, we need to figure out how these things are summoned.
I mean, I think that I'm fairly interested in this because we have that seed and we know that we met that Fey Queen. So,
I don't
I
think I
mean,
know this.
mm,
I mean, there's literally a meatball that summons things.
That's not
true.
from wilds though.
You don't know that.
Could be from anywhere.
I do know that. I know where
You
it's
don't know
from.
that. Oh, okay.
From.
It's from the Shadowfell, right, Gary?
That is what the records indicate. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
But we don't know what it summons necessarily. And there's a whole bunch of, Fey controlling things. It wouldn't be a stretch to assume that they summon the creatures and then move them from one lab to another.
Oh, you're thinking the entity in Lab 2 summons creatures from other planes, and then they transport them to this lab?
Yes.
That is, no, they do not use the entity in Lab 2 for that purpose.
What do they use it for?
They're still trying to research it, but they're essentially trying to figure out how to use it as a glorified 3D printer.
3D printer of Fey creatures?
No,
Birds, it looks like.
they've never done creatures. I think in all of the
Birds.
records, I am the first person to have summoned a creature.
You almost
Oh.
said living, which is not true.
What'd you say?
Yeah, you almost said living, which was not true.
I did almost say living.
You
I
said a bunch of dead things.
mean, I have a full record of what they have successfully and unsuccessfully attempted to summon.
what I-
that creature.
Understood. Okay.
What I
So
would
I don't
say-
care. I don't really care.
What I would say is that one would be enough of a kind of a poke of Morin of like, hey, you need to see if we can find this thing. That the combination of one and Morin looking around can see that the interior of these cages down here, these ones over here that you guys saw,
Mm-hmm.
Inside of them, on the what would be the roof of the cage, if it was standing straight up, is the summoning circle. So they were summoning them into those cages.
Oof.
Okay.
And you
I'll
can
I'll
from the
grimace.
cages that there's a decent amount of things that were basically summoned into the cages and were too large, and the process killed them.
Mm.
I'll show this to Griffle and I'll help her destroy these summoning circles.
Oh yeah.
I will aid as well.
I'll also pitch in.
Just to be clear, like Griff's not gonna go and destroy anything. Like if anybody like stops me, I'm not gonna like fight back or like argue or anything. Like I'm gonna, very hierarchical, takes orders well. But but just if any chance, I'm ready for destruction.
So you got to take, a little bit of time, half an hour to thoroughly dismantle the summoning cages.
Mhm.
Philly, do you have Speak with Dead?
I think so. I mean, you technically, we all had the same rituals, right, Gary? We're like sharing.
That is not actually true, but yes.
I do have Speak with Dead.
I want you as players to share your rituals with each other so that, if someone says, "Oh, I can think of a ritual that this person would use," but only you only have it in your individual spell books. So like,
Okay. Well, I do have Speak with Dead, and I can cast it 4 times enhanced.
Did we talk to the skeleton?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gary, can we talk to the skeleton?
I believe so. 1 second.
Let me check what the
We get.
enhanced
Hang
one
on.
does.
Does this work like 5e Speak with Dead? Like we get 3 questions.
Speak with
Depends
Dead.
all-
After casting this ritual, you can store the creature's spirit in the skull for up to 24 hours. The corpse knows only what the
Oh.
experience prior to the cat. That's the enhanced one.
Nice.
So yeah. So
You want to speak to a tortured creature for 24 hours?
So there's a couple pieces here, right? So first thing is Speak with Dead. It sort of works like the 5e one, only there's a skill check associated with it, and sometimes there's a skill challenge associated with the skill check. So the number of questions isn't 3; it's based on your skill checks.
Right.
Also, they have a certain amount of empowered components that they can use to make their spells better. And I think you said you got 4 castings or 3 castings of Speak with Dead empowered. So if you want to do Speak with Dead, sounds great. The first question is: are you going to use one of your empowered skulls, one of the things that you need to empower the ritual?
Well, what do you think, team? I really don't, but if you think it's worth it.
So could you cast it regularly, and then if this guy has a lot of interesting stuff, we could do an empowered? Or how does
No.
that work? No.
So,
Okay.
Speak with Dead is one and done.
Okay.
And specifically, Speak with Dead is one and done. Like if anyone casts Speak with Dead, it's gone.
Gotcha.
So wait, so we can only speak with one dead person, or we can
So-
only speak with a dead person once?
Per body.
Each
body,
corpse
okay.
can have Speak with Dead cast on it a total of 1 time.
I see. Okay.
And I do want to kind of backtrack slightly. Is like, for example, you guys have another person that you've talked about Speak with Dead with. So
Yes, I did kind of still want to do that.
okay, as a note that is still there. So
That's just judged, by the way, team.
What?
you can cast Speak with Dead. You can't cast it empowered.
Do we want to have a empowered Speak with Dead for this body team?
I don't think we need to use an empowered because the
What do we hope?
researchers might have already tried to talk to them already.
If it has already been used, the ritual fails and it doesn't consume. So like if you
Oh.
try to use it and it's not going to work, the ritual will just fail. It's not going to burn all of your components.
Okay, that's good to know.
What are
Still,
we
that's
trying to
anyway.
learn though?
Like
Like,
version of rituals.
I
I
don't
think
know.
it's more valuable to use the empowered one on the other body
The judge.
person, the judge. That's my personal thought.
I'd agree.
I mean, I guess I would want to know who this person was, and
We're
You know.
probably only going to get one question.
okay.
That seems pretty likely.
Can we
Yeah.
only ask questions?
Let me read this to you. You ask the corpse of an intelligent creature questions and receive answers. The corpse knows what the creature knew in life,
Okay.
what has occurred near the corpse, and no more. And also, the number of questions is determined by a roll, so it's likely we only get to ask one.
I thought it would have been cool to speak with a dead captain and see if he could give us captain status.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if that would work.
Why would
Even
he
if he
though?
can't, even if he can't give us captain status, it might actually be worth. Like, is that who you guys were referring to when you said you maybe wanted to speak with dead on someone at some point?
No, I was talking about the judge that we killed.
Okay. Because honestly, like the old captain might not be a bad choice for that as well. Just putting that out there. Even if he can't like
For what
designate.
purpose?
Well, so even if he can't designate another captain, like I feel like there's a lot that he could tell us about the attack, and like what happened and where they were, like what the purpose was, any information about the ship.
I will make a note that you guys do not have the body of the captain.
Don't we get his
Thought we had
skull?
the head.
You had the body of the previous pilot. He was not the captain.
Oh, right. I thought we found the captain in the portrait in the manifold.
As
Yeah, I thought that too.
the decapitated body was the decapitated body of the pilot.
Pilot, correct.
The captain we left on Faith, right? Oh, but that's not the previous captain. That's
Yeah, there was the original
we took
captain.
it from.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm talking about as the original
No,
captain.
we don't have that captain's body.
Okay.
So we have two corpses of interest. I don't think the one in front of us at this moment is that interesting, personally.
Although they were in a magical coma from the wild. That seems interesting.
Would a coma persist, Gary? Would I know that?
Coma
Into-
persist for what?
If I'm asking a corpse questions, is it gonna be alive? Like if
Right.
I mean, like the way the ritual works is that you're sort of getting the experience from the body. It's more like an object reading with extra steps. Because like the corpse will also know things that happened near the corpse after death.
I see.
So it doesn't the person didn't need to be conscious for stuff to work.
Okay, I think we just do a normal casting.
I agree with that.
Okay, and so a normal casting, and are we using it on? Are we doing the judge's one first? Or are we doing this body first?
The body in the Fey labs. We might save the judge for later.
Okay,
Maybe, I don't know. Can we put him on ice?
so you have quite a lot of time for that to be something to do with. I think it's like 30 days. I think. So yes. 1 second. I'm just reading over something real quick. All right. So the plan is, are you going to do the divination like here in this room and just sort of? Okay. So when you start to cast the divination, you can tell very quickly that it's not going to work. And it's not because it's already been run on this person. There is something that's preventing you from casting this ritual. Like the ritual magic, as it tries to form, just immediately gets dissipated. And
because Fey creatures can cast ritual.
Griffle, you can tell that as the ritual starts getting cast, there is sort of a system that's sort of flashing in the back of your mind.
Mm-hmm. I will pull this up.
Okay. It just feels like this strange sort of golden colored light in the back of your head.
That's it.
Yeah. It.
Can I ask Plucky what it means?
So the Plucky responds, something is attempting to bypass the forbiddance.
Oh. Plucky, can I allow?
Forbiddance cannot be bypassed while systems are on full alert.
Can we go to DEFCON 4?
So it says, if you try to say, can we change this? It'll say,
yeah.
Acting captain or third has the ability to remove or change sets of alert.
Did you not see the meme? I'm the captain now. No, it's fine.
So quick to back down. I wanted Plucky's response.
So you're basically going to get from it that whenever they try to cast one of these divinations, the forbiddance stops it.
Okay.
But we could
it's not
go back to the
consumed,
deck of the
right?
ship, right? And just right, Gary.
With a 10-foot body?
Oh, we got
You
we
need
got
the head.
7 people.
I grabbed the skull.
We just need the skull, yeah.
So so you take the skull and go head back down out of the labs, up through the spin to get onto the deck, and get kind of your ritual stuff, get everything set out again, and the same thing happens. It fails.
Yeah, I thought so. We'd need to be like away from the radius of like the ship's influence.
Wait, but
Mm.
the other one where I saw the visions is not a similar spell. What's the difference?
Last Sight Vision and the other one,
Yeah,
they are a
yeah.
little bit different. So they are both divinations, but the way that they work is different enough that one of them is triggering the forbiddance and the other one is not.
Or we may have to wait. Someone make notes of this. Lauren, write that down.
I'm
let me
writing it down.
So, Phil and one, if you guys were trying to figure out why one thing works and the other one does not, which one of you do you think would be the one to sort of lead, and which one would be the one to be trying to help the other? So one of the two of you, I want you to make an Arcana check, and I want the other person to assist.
I would lead because I am the one casting the rituals. That's how I feel.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So one, I don't think you can fail to assist. What's your Arcana?
Like plus so much. Plus 15.
Yeah, so you can't fail. So Phil, give me an Arcana check with +2.
We're doing this wrong, guys.
Wow. I didn't even reach easy during the normal DC.
Whoops, that's the wrong button.
Oh wait, I
So,
matched it.
you hit moderate DC. So you're not exactly sure the mechanism behind this, but you didn't see anything that wasn't on board the ship with Last Sight Vision.
Didn't see any. Oh, okay. You're saying okay. Yeah. So it's sort of like
basically-
contained. It's more contained.
Yeah. So you think that if, for example, you tried to use Last Sight Vision and the person died like right after boarding the ship, that it might have failed in that instance because you're seeing things not on the ship, where the forbiddance stops things from kind of crossing the boundary between what's on the ship and what's not on the ship. So because you can know this, and because you can ask Plucky kind of what the range is, Plucky can tell you that you can cast a divination, but you just need to be like on the mountainside away from the ship.
Yeah.
So you can take it out into the snow if you want to.
Do we want to?
I mean, we've gone this far.
Sure.
I'm gonna head
Okay,
back
so-
down to the elementals lab.
Okay. So you guys kind of trek
Wait,
out.
here's a question, Gary.
Mhm.
If I'm casting divination off the ship, does that mean I can no longer ask questions about what happened on the ship?
You don't know yet. You haven't tried it.
Okay, we're gonna avoid that, and we're just gonna ask things around it. That
Ye-
feels like a waste.
It is probably. It sounds reasonable that it might come into conflict with that
Prohibition.
prohibition. Yeah, with the forbiddens. So you guys head out. And again, are you trained in religion? One, I don't think you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you cannot assist with this. So give me a religion check, Phil, to see how many questions you get.
Gonna be a whole fat one, baby.
It is one question.
Barely
Goddamn.
even one.
So
All right, what is our one question, everybody?
when you are away from the forbiddens, the ritual does actually work. So it has not. Speak with Dead has not already been cast on the corpse.
I think we ask. Just who are you?
What? Describe the last 3 months of your life.
Yeah, what are the
Um,
restrictions on the question, Gary?
I mean, there's no particular restrictions on the question. It can, it can be a detailed question, but the spirit does not necessarily, or the body does not necessarily have to give you a detailed answer.
Okay.
But there are higher level versions, there are like different versions of this that work differently. This one is sort of the not super powerful version. I will also say that this one's still higher level than you guys.
So I have hold up. If we've only got the one question, we want to make it count, right? So what's the most interesting thing we know about this corpse?
It's from the Feywilds, and it was in a coma as soon as it left the Feywilds, or
Yeah.
possibly before then.
I think we have to ask about the coma.
Maybe we should just ask it something more like open-ended, like, what is the most important thing that happens to you in your life?
What if he's like, I met a
Ooh.
woman?
Yeah. What if he's like the day my child was born or some gay shit like that?
So Foxy's not a parent. Got it.
Whatever gave it away?
Is there a less open-ended question that fits in between there?
So it sounds like one people just want to have like one route is figuring out kind of what is the overall thing with this corpse, and the other person seems to be, or the other idea seems to be focusing on the comatose part.
Well, it's like what led you to leave your home, sort of, is kind of.
But what if it was pulled? I would just ask, what happened to you?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What was done to you
That's-
here?
Well, you can't ask what it was done to you here, because that's on the ship.
Yeah, I wouldn't even specify here, just like what happened to you, because that might be vague enough they might be able to answer, like he was ripped from his home or something, right?
Anyone have other input?
I think that's good. What happened to you?
Yeah. What happened to you seems good to me as well. I can't think of anything better. So let's go with that.
Or like what was your goal and what led you astray?
That's two questions.
So
Yep.
That's a one sentence question.
I will say that you know enough from the ritual and from the divination, like just from knowing this ritual, that you're going to have to be slightly more specific than what you just said.
as well as what happened to you.
Yeah, what happened to you? You need to give a little bit more specificity there.
Exactly. Yeah.
What happened to you in the last days of your life? Like specific time frame, right?
But they were in
But
the
again, we
coma.
don't. Again, we don't know how long it was on the ship before it died.
Dang it.
So maybe we ask, how did you come to be in a coma? Who are you and how did you come to be in a coma? That's two?
What if? Okay, I know I'm being very pedantic, but it feels necessary. What if it being summoned to the ship is the thing that put it in the coma?
Yeah.
How about if you could only tell a group of strangers one thing after your death, what would it be and why?
And
You
why?
can't blame us for trying, Gary.
I'm not
Am I,
even.
Gary? I'm not being weird, am I? I feel like I don't know.
I think the things that are being brought up are reasonable. Objections is not the right word, but worries. So I'm not even against the question. If you have a single question to ask the corpse, what would you say was the most important thing? What would you say is the most important
I
message?
like that one or I like what's the most important thing that happened in your life. That sounds. Even though I was being kind of dumb about it, I do think that's a good question.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
And if they say having a kid, then too bad, Griffle.
Yeah, SOL. Okay, I will ask the corpse, what is the most important thing that happened in your life?
So this might be slightly unsatisfying.
Oh, no.
I do have a question for.
He's like, I'm not a woman.
So, what are you guys doing in this moment before the thing answers? Like, are you going to try to write what it says down? Like, what? I'm trying to envision the scene in my head.
Oh my god, it's gonna speak a non-common language, you jerk.
Yeah, it very.
I cast comprehend language. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think we would try to write it down for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to look at languages here. I think I'm like 95% sure.
Wait, this is not a telepathic answer?
No,
Like
it's
you're
not.
ta-
It actually says out loud.
Wait,
I'm like 90% sure that Syl knows this language, but my notes on here for languages is old. Syl, what
I know
language?
Common and Elven.
Okay, yes. So does anyone else know Elven?
Don't think so.
No.
So, when it gives its answer, Syl,
Notes.
it is not a normal version of Elven, or rather, it's not the version, the dialect of Elven that you speak. So there's going to be a check associated with how much you understand of what's being said. So depending on how Syl would go about it, the defaults are always history or streetwise. If you think you can justify something else, you can justify something else. But this is a language. This is a form of Elven, a dialect of Elven that you're not familiar with, and you're going to have to kind of translate from what it is to Elven, and then translate to everybody else to like Common.
Okay. I will do Streetwise. That works for me.
Okay.
My skill checks are still broken, so.
Whew, that's a hell of a check. Is that right? No, there's no way.
13 plus 2 plus 4 plus 13. Wait.
I do not think that's correct.
You have a plus. That's plus
19.
19. Yeah, that seems like a lot.
No, I just have a plus 13 to Streetwise.
Have a plus what? 13?
Yeah.
So minus 6 is 26.
26.
Still a good roll.
26 is still very good. So, it is not in the form of Elven that you're familiar with. However, I would say that you hung around with, his name is Light, correct?
Yes.
So you hung around with Light enough that some of the sort of musings of this kind of archaic form of Elven were things that were just interesting to talk about. Like there were certain terms of phrase, there were certain sort of old stories and things that that Light was very interested in that maybe you didn't care as much about it, but it was important to you that Light knew that you were like paying attention to when he was telling you stories. So some of the stories and some of the ways that things were said just sort of imprinted themselves in you just because you heard them a lot. So when this guy answers, the answer takes you a couple of seconds to really understand. But once you do, he said, the question is, what was the most important thing, right?
Yeah, that happened in your life, yes.
So the answer that it gives is when I was chosen by my master to call the Wild Hunt.
Okay, I relay that to everybody else.
Actually, he would not use that firm. He would say my lord, not my master.
Okay.
What do we know about the Wild Hunt?
I'm doing skill checks real quick.
Geralt of Rivia fought them.
Not very much. Basically, what you guys like from going through a couple different people, you know that there are stories about hunts in the wilds, and that there being this sort of like a frenzy. So that the idea of like you have a stampede, right? Like a bunch of animals that are together, something happens and spooks them, and then they all run, and that the sort of stampeding rush of animals all going in the same direction, that's very dangerous. The idea of the wild hunt in the wilds is sort of the same thing, only instead of it being running things, it's prey and predators. So it's sort of like a feeding frenzy that gets worse and worse and continues to go along. So think of a stampede, but instead of it just being running animals, it's creatures fighting and feeding off of each other.
Well, we're gonna have to go back to the library.
Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card.
Wow.
The nerd energy. I love it.
All right. So that is your one answer from.
Okay. This is more of a question for Gary. So if we cast the enhanced Speak with Dead and we store the spirit in the skull, would the skull function on the ship? Or is this another you don't know thing?
You're not really sure. It is very likely, from what you've already figured out, that anytime that it's going to overlap with something in or off the ship, that it's going to stop functioning. So, like, the skull will continue to function while it's on the ship, but if you ask the skull a question that takes place off of the ship, it's probably not going to work.
So, if we had the skull empowered, you can just talk to it for 24 hours. You can ask it whatever you want.
Yep.
That's what I understood it to mean.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, basically, the mechanically explanation is there is a skill challenge of like, so in the Speak with Dead ritual, it talks about there being a skill challenge with diplomacy as an option. It's on there. The way that the empowered component works is that you do that skill challenge with diplomacy, and that tells you how active the skull is going to be. So it's not like it's permanently able to interact with you for 24 hours. it might only be able to say something like a couple of phrases every hour or two, based on what your check is and how how present the spirit is and some other stuff.
Okay.
So it's not like 100% uptime, but it does drastically extend your ability to ask questions, but it spaces it out over 24 hours.
Would we like to talk to the judge? I gesture towards Syl or speak towards Syl.
Sure, I'd love to find out why or how he came to be here.
So moving the judge is a little bit of a bigger proposition because the head, well, I mean, I guess you could just decapitate him, but the head is a little bit of more of an effort to, or the body is a little bit more effort to get away from the ship.
I mean, is there any downside to decapitation when he's already dead?
It's up to you guys.
Ripple, go get his head.
So,
Aye, aye, Captain! And I just go, like,
It just
no
runs.
thoughts. Yeah, just runs, yeah.
so you take the head outside of the range, start the ritual, and the ritual gets to the point where it should complete, and then the components, like the energy, just sort of dies down, and you can tell that the divination is not functioning on this. It's like another Speak with Dead has already been cast on the corpse.
But we just killed him.
No, but I it's more like a preventative measure, I assume. You know?
He's pretty powerful. I feel like he would have some kind of way of like, fuck
Tie.
you,
Mm.
you know?
So once this sort of completes and it ends up not working, Syl, there's definitely a part of you that just sort of expected that to be how that was going to be. Like, it's not that you thought there was zero chance the divination would work, but the idea that the judge is prevented from, has some manner of preventing the Speak with Dead is something that makes sense to you.
Okay.
It makes
Like,
sense
that
to me.
sounds like the sort of paranoid precautions that the judges would take.
Yeah.
All right. So, what next?
We rest.
You guys rest. You take your extended rest. The beginning of day 4, the superstitions end, continues to power up. The ring on the ship heats to be significantly brighter. The snow around the ship pushes back as the warding is fully active and powered. It is at its maximum temporary hit points level. The ship is now at 36% of maximum energy.
Huzzah!
So this is day 4. This is the day that, assuming that you're going with the process of we have a normal ship and we would then make our way to the Reach, this would be the first day that people would assume that you know it would make sense if you made it to the Reach here.
Is there anything else we want to do?
Not that I can think of.
I think we should hit it.
Yeah.
Ship's at pretty good power levels.
How much, sorry, I know we've been over this once or twice. How much power does an intraplanar shift take again?
2%.
2% minimum.
Yeah, I mean it can take more, but you're above the optimal for intraplanar shift, so it can't ever take more than 2%.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
if you're doing a normal plane shift, like you're not using the emergency button, then it can't take more than the 2%. That's the benefit of it being the
Oh,
above the
okay,
optimal
cool.
threshold.
Cool.
So I'm going to pull you guys over to our map. And is it time to use the plane shift button?
How
Yeah.
accurate is this, Gary?
I think that depends on me, actually.
Yes. So you can have 2 people that are working on this. So either the there can be a caster on the control console, or the pilot can use it. So someone can either control it using Arcana, or the pilot can control it using Dungeoneering. So there's a choice of one or the other. Since it is a within the same plane shift happening, you guys get a total of plus 14 to your check to determine your distance from the destination. And as you guys get the ship powered up and you go up to the fore of the ship, so
Far are we now? Do we know?
huh?
How far are we from the reach now, just in general?
Like 300-ish miles, 250, 300 miles.
Okay. So,
So-
at worst, we're getting like a third of the way or 2/3 of the way.
Yeah.
I think
So-
with
We're
my
cutting down our
Arcana,
time significantly.
we'll always be within 10 miles. Even if
How
I
much
roll a
Arcana
1.
do you have?
15.
15. Okay.
Oh,
It's
so
probably
high.
better for you to do that then, because I have 12 Dungeoneering.
So you go, and Griffel, you know what this is supposed to look like, and there is a specific spot on the ship that sort of harnesses the energies to make the plane shift easier. Basically, that's the thing that's giving you this big bonus. And so you go onto the back of the back of the deck of the ship on a traditional like sailing vessel. If you imagine where the wheel would be, where the helm would be, that's kind of where all the focuses are. When you go to it, you're going to see all of the things in the ship sort of rearrange itself and resize itself to you. One thing that you'll notice is that when you actually went up there to go and do this, it had to resize itself from being much, much larger than you are.
Yes,
Like-
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing that you were thinking was like, all right, well, the orb that you would touch to do the plane shift, which is one of these these glowing orbs that are on the ship. It was enormous. You don't know how you would do it. And for the people that were here when you guys did this the first time, do you remember what you had to do in order to get this to work? Like
Wait.
Bill and one.
I put my hands on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what you guys had to do?
Didn't we
Oh, we had to like
press-
read through a giant list of stuff and guess.
That, but you also needed to have two people working in tandem. Do you remember this?
Yes,
oh,
I
yeah,
do.
yeah. That's right.
Because you didn't know how to resize it.
Hmm.
So when you know how to resize it, it's way easier. So this massive orb then comes to be about the size, a little bit smaller than a basketball, to be able to fit easily. Actually, a little bit smaller than a beach ball is what I was going to say, but to be able to fit into your hands and to be able to kind of, it looks when it's ready to be used a lot like the spheres that are on that planar map. So the inside goes dark. There is this almost like there's a translucent sort of glass around it, and then this halo of energy around it that then activates and shows you your destination. When you're going and selecting a destination, you get this sense that the ship is trying to pull from your knowledge of what's going on. And as soon as you think about the reach and get this rough map in your head, you don't necessarily get that the ship has a map of its own that it's referencing, but it's just trying to get as much information from you when you go to plane shift as possible. And it's just going to interpret the information that you give it. So you have the map of the reach, which you guys physically have this map somewhere. You could be looking at it if you wanted to. Where are you going?
Let's rest.
So get the thing to Emmett's Rest. You can feel sort of the energies building. You can see it's kind of focusing in on you. You can see a rough image of the map and the area around the map forming around Emmett's Rest, forming in the orb in front of you. Griffel, the helmet starts to you can hear things like clicking in the background, and everyone else that's around can see the ship as it kind of floats off the ground starts to send off these golden strands of energy in every direction, like it's growing these long 30 to 40 foot tendrils of golden light in every direction. And Griffel, you can hear the thing say, primary weapon system offline, primary navigation system offline, as systems are one by one shutting down.
Wait,
Oh,
we have
shit.
weapons.
Oh yeah, we do. It's just we can't control them because
Oh, that's right.
Not-
We looked that up. online.
so they're there. We're just not allowed them yet. Yet, she says optimistically. Fuck, what's going? Plucky, what's happening? Status report.
Preparations are being made for interplanar transport.
Okay, this is normal, you guys.
Okay.
But it
So-
didn't look like this when we did it, right?
It did not.
But we
Yeah,
did like
we-
some sort of
But
weird.
you
Yeah,
guys,
we did the
no,
whack
you guys
one.
did the different. You guys did the emergency one.
We
You
did
hit
the breaking
the-
one.
You hit the oh shit button.
We did.
So
Oh, real quick, can we, just since I already had it kind of going, can we say that I did the magic circle outside of that lab for Faye, just so they can't get out, just in case?
just in case, sure, it sounds good.
Okay.
So the energies kind of build. You can Griffle, you can feel those systems going offline. And then one of the last things that it said, because again, this whole process takes about 5 minutes for you to use the plane shift. Nearing the end of the buildup for the plane shift, as you guys are kind of in this halo of tendrils of golden light, you can hear that sort of humming, thinking sound in the helm as the ship says, "Forbidden's ritual against burst divination extended for," and then you hear it clicking again and again. And Griffle, you can sense in your mind the feeling of an extended radius as it's blocking divination near where it's about to teleport for some significant distance in every direction.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Dang.
Nice.
Also, just
God, I love our ship.
real quick, we said Emot's Rest, but we kind of want like in the hills around the place, right? Like not super close, so as to be spotted.
Yeah, not like teleporting into the middle of
Well,
town.
last time we TP'd, it was like in the sky.
True.
So you see the thing finally builds up. That you got a couple of you guys have seen this before, but it was kind of on and over in a flash. Now you see the ring that is around the center of it expand, and the whole ship looks like it contracts slightly, becoming more sleek and slender. Although at the same time, the ship doesn't really seem to have changed sizes. And then this sort of football-shaped sphere, or this football-shaped shield of blue and golden light covers the entirety of the ship as the ship goes to teleport. Right before it teleports, you get a couple of commands that fly up in the helm, and you get this idea of a cone. So it's like a cone with the point facing down, and it gives you, like Plucky then asks, typical terrestrial transportation radius, and kind of shows you the cone with the point facing down.
I don't understand.
So it shows you an image in your head of, you're pretty sure it's not Emmett's Rest, but it's just basically some default, not quite featureless, but kind of, yeah, just a contoured ground. And then it shows you the cone facing up, basically. And then it shows you the ship displaced in several different spots along the cone. And then it gives you this sort of readout saying, recommended area of error is expected for terrestrial lands to be up relative to the orientation against the ground. And then you can basically figure out what it's asking you is, you're going to get X amount of distance from your location. And it's saying the ship is going to assume that you want that, let's say you're 10 miles from the destination, that you want that to be like up or in a direction, like in a circle around your location, that you don't want it to be like 10 miles below the ground.
Oh, right. So it's saying you have like a 10-mile radius. Select where you want to land along that radius.
This is more like the margin of error.
Right.
Like, you want to get to this point. Okay, well, if you don't get there and we get close, we're gonna get close-ish, but not, close and under the ground or inside of a
Yeah,
mountain
okay.
or in the
Cool.
sun.
Okay. Yeah, so if it's just all hilly terrain, is what's in hang on, where is Emmett's Rest on the map? Thank you.
And again, this is a representation. This was not like this is what the ship sees. This is more like
Yeah. So it's like rolling hill country, basically.
Yes.
Cool. And we are in that rolling hill country.
Yep.
Okay.
And so you want to go towards where Emmett's Rest is. Where do you want to be? Like, do you want to teleport right into the middle of town, or is this?
Oh hell no. Can we go? If we're only going to be 10 miles away, can we go like kind of like here sort of thing? Like in this direct. Like I want to be
I'd
further
almost,
away from.
but I thought we
Yeah.
might go to Old Axe. Isn't that part of the plan? Shouldn't we be west of the town? I was thinking.
So I'm looking at like there's like it looks like there's a road here, but like between those two.
There is a
And
road.
I don't want us landing anywhere that could be seen from like a regular. Whereas this like this side, because like we can always like fly the airship like a regular airship.
True,
towards
true,
where we
true.
need to go. It's not that far now that we're actually in the reach. I don't want us landing anywhere that's got like regular people, and this to the like east looks like it's going to be, I guess, south as well. But yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like south and east of Emmett's Rest is the plan.
Yep.
All right.
I reckon I'm gonna say straight east, because if we're southeast, then that's like on the river, and I'm assuming that people like go on the like humans go on the river anyway. So I'm gonna say just straight east of Emmett's Rest, 10 miles east.
One of many. Give me your check, please.
All right.
Calculating.
Oh god, I hope I steer this right. I have like legitimate anxiety about fucking this up.
23? No way.
Plus 14.
Oh, plus
Right.
14. I was like, yeah. You didn't add the plus 14. I was like, there's no way that you got a 23 with the plus 14 bonus. So it's 37. So 10 miles away from destination. So right as the teleportation goes to happen, Griffle, you get a little ping in your head from Plucky. Destination lock. Destination experiencing planar disturbance. Adjusting.
Oh no.
All that hard work.
Let's do it. I love that.
This sense of like that sort of thinking sound, the humming in the background, and then it clicks. The Plucky then goes, calibrations adjusted, teleporting, and then the ship vanishes and reappears.
Okay.
So
Just picks a random location.
Oh my god, please be a good place.
Gary loves to end on cliffhangers. Just it's okay.
the ship appears and you get this immediate sound of rain. As the kind of bluish light of the ship fades and that the kind of golden energy around the ship's anti-divination aura fades, you guys find yourselves floating in the air about 500 feet off of the ground in a countryside with rolling hills. You can see a little bit in the distance. It's kind of hard because it's quite dark, but you can see in the distance there's something that's covering up one of the hills to the west of you. And then above you, there are these black clouds that look like thunder clouds, but you don't hear and you don't see any signs of lightning or thunder. There is rain that is pouring down, and it seems to be coming straight down. And one of the things that you'll notice is that the shield from the ship's teleportation, the one that kind of activated when you guys teleported, doesn't actually go away. And above you, you get this scattering of light as the raindrops are hitting the top of, like, hitting the edge of the shield and then stopping and flowing down the shield. And every time one of them pinks against the shield, there's a little puff of blue energy.
Yeah, we've experienced this before in two different things.
You've had something like this before, but this looks a little different. Like the water hitting the top of the ship almost looks like sparks, like blue sparks hitting the shield.
Oh,
Mm.
is it? What's the name of the? This is more towards one because you're good at taking notes. What's the name of the storm?
I don't remember the name of the storm, but yeah, there is this magical storm, right? Well, I guess the Tempest is what. Well, no, he did have a name for it. Wait, hang on, I'll look.
I think I might also have that somewhere.
So it's very dark. You can see there is this rain, and there is something off in the distance showing the that kind of can barely be seen in the light of the day. You can tell that it is daytime, but almost none of the light is filtering through these heavy storm clouds.
Are you looking for the name of the storm in his dream?
Oh,
No,
it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't have a name.
I think last time Gary said it was just like some archaic way to refer to a storm that made it sound important.
Oh, but
The thing, you're
Alosate.
thinking of, the thing you're thinking of is in the dream, who comes before the storm, and the storm was the Tempest. But
Yeah. Okay.
that's not. No, we never named the storm.
Yeah, I think we just knew they're like these
We just
magical
have
storms.
we have dates of it though. What's the wait? Sorry, Gary. What's the current year?
I'm almost positive it's 1385.
13.
It is.
Oh, it
13
is. Yes, 1385.
1385, and the last storm was
In
1170.
1177. Yes. I see.
So
Okay.
the ship sort of you get this sensation, the divination aura comes in. You get that humming sound in your thing as you can hear the systems of the ship kind of turning back online.
Lucky, can we get a weather report?
It's raining.
So if you ask it, it will say that meteorological divination is available in laboratory 2.
Oh wow.
Plucky, where are we exactly?
So it shows the image of the map that you guys have given it, and then it gives you a location.
Right
Oop.
there.
That-
Oh, that's like nearly exactly where we want it to be.
Yep.
Where is it? Sorry.
It's not letting me.
Right there.
I don't know why it's not letting me.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, that's where we want it to be.
So
But
why
somewhere
did it
nearby
say
is-
there was a disturbance?
Yeah.
Probably gonna find out.
So, what's the question? Why does it say? Why does?
Oh, just before we jumped, it said there was some disturbance.
But it was a small disturbance, apparently.
Is that a question you're asking the computer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says there is anomalous extraplanar energy located within the region. It is diffuse enough that it does not cause problems for the congruence for the congruence matrix.
Is the storm we are experiencing related?
You can divine meteorological things in laboratory 2.
You turd.
Again, it's a computer. Like asking
Teach a
it to-
computer how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm aware.
Oh, hey, side note. Do I still have Abyssal Plague?
That is
Oh
a
yeah,
good
long
point,
rest.
something you should make. So during the long rest, Griffle would be able to treat one person, and I need a heal check from Griffle.
You can
Yep.
treat
Um,
one. I
huh?
will chill.
Thanks.
I said we can select one to go first.
All right, and then from Phil, I need an endurance check from you.
I will endure. Can I get a token, Gary? I guess I can do it.
Why
let's
are we
see.
doing endurance with Phil again? I don't remember.
So default is endurance.
Why is Phil the one doing it? Because if the default's endurance, I have 11.
Because he's the one that has the disease.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I thought he was helping, not doing the disease piece. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, baby, that's what I'm talking about. That's an awful roll.
So you now have stage 2.
Oh,
Oh God.
Oh.
So
As long as we get rid of...
Hey.
Hey.
and your other person is healed.
Nice. So we're good, because now you can just keep working on...
So the body
I
loses
can keep
a
working
healing
on you. Yeah, I
surge.
can.
Minus
I can work on
1.
you. I'll save you,
Minus 2
Boo.
to
Don't worry.
defense.
Oh.
Slow. Dang.
Fortitude and oh, that's all. Okay.
Everything but Will.
And slow.
Yep.
And no one can assist with his endurance check.
Unfortunately not.
I mean, it doesn't make sense, but I have to ask.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you just have to have the person who's doing the heal check watch over them. Again, the other option is you could, you have access to something like Remove Affliction.
Wait,
So-
Morin said that there are treatments?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us more.
Oh, I deleted my stuff. Okay, well, whatever. What I was writing down.
Well, we already have the restraining tables in lab 1, and
Not
the
so much a
equipment
treatment.
already to retain you on this plane.
Oh my lord.
Okay, a little. Next rest, Griffle's got me. I am not
Exactly.
going to die.
Now,
Most likely.
Griffle will only heal one stage, though, right?
No, it's all stages, right?
Nope, it's one stage.
Ah,
One stage at
frick.
a time.
Yep.
That's okay.
Can we?
So-
Wow.
Because normally...
This disease seems like it's so easy to get rid of.
Well,
Can't you make harder diseases?
Can we, instead of doing it on a long rest, spend a day actually doing that? Or is that silly?
That's still a long rest, basically.
It has to
Okay.
be a lot you do it.
So it's just treated like a long rest still. Okay, that's fine.
So that does mean he is going to be kind of crippled in order to make it to town or to make it to wherever you're making it to.
So should we just spend more time here and try and heal him?
That's a question for you guys. So either you're going to have to probably carry him into town, or you're going to have to take an extra day to get him to the point where he's mobile.
What
So-
a useless cunt.
I'd say
Finally,
let's
someone recognizes it.
let's
Jesus.
wow. Let's take the day. Morin can do some more research, and we can heal. Is there anything else we want to do on the ship that shouldn't get us in a fight?
I mean, I would explore Lab 2 more, I guess.
That shouldn't
guys
get
can
us
go
in a
do that.
fight.
Maybe,
You
hold
guys
up,
can
hold
go
up.
talk to the meatball while Griffle heals me.
But there's a
Hold
good
up,
chance that I'll
so-
start a fight.
No.
There's no, guys. There's like a bunch of like research that we could do while we have like access to the lab and stuff.
Like with the restraining tables and the...
Yeah, wait, yeah, I mean, yeah, that kind of research as well. For science, obviously.
Bonk.
No, I mean like about the storm and stuff. Like, so, I mean, Griffle doesn't know anything about this shit because, you know, but just just putting it out there, just saying, you guys could.
I mean,
do-
there's tons to do on the ship, is my point.
Speaking of, Is secondary containment where the furnace dragon and the other elementals are?
No, secondary containment is laboratory 2. It is that thing where the meatball is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Meatball, meatball.
I
So
like how Gary has broken
Mamma
down. Called
mia!
it the meatball.
So yeah, this is one. Before we get done with session today, I do want this to be a question to answer. Is the plan to stay on the ship, or is the plan to go to Emmett's Rest and have to like carry along a diseased goblin?
I mean, I do have the Tensor's floating disc, and we could just bring our diseased goblin covered 50%
I am
in
a
sores.
cripple. It's like you're carrying me around in a wheelchair.
Oh, where?
I say we stay on the ship. Let Morn do his research. Try and do some other research that won't cause
Rock
issues.
is very risk averse. I don't care. Do
I'm
what
just-
you will
it-
with me. I am a tool to be used. Now here's a question, Gary. If I,
Hot.
for whatever reason, were to be gotten into a battle and we're sitting on Tensor's floating disc, could I fight from the disc?
Yes, you can. Although you wouldn't be able to move the disc by yourself, it would have to be moved by one of many.
No, I would treat it like just a weapons platform. I don't need to move. Like a bunker in StarCraft 2 or something.
So if you guys could, this is obviously not like a requirement that we stick by this, but give me a real quick vote for what people are thinking to either stay on the ship so that you guys can recover from the disease, or heading to Emmett's Rest. So Phil says 1.
I think gathering information is wise anyways, because if we go out into the rain and then it melts your skin, then that's not good.
True.
Is
We don't
the
really
rain
have-
dangerous?
We don't
Well,
know.
It's like a
Why is
magical
the shield
storm.
still on?
Well, it's on because it's raining. That's normal. We've experienced
That's
that.
not true.
So the shield.
Oh, it's
So
not?
the shield is protecting us from the toxic rain. Then.
It's like that
Oh,
time that we
man.
accidentally teleported under the ocean.
It did stop the ocean water from coming in, but it did not stop rain the last time it rained.
Oh,
So, like,
really? Okay.
You guys teleported under the ocean and into space. The shield stayed on, but the last time you were in rain, it didn't stay on. And when you
Okay.
guys were up in the mountains and it was snowing, it didn't stay on there either.
I thought it did, so that was my fault. Okay, that's good to know. So it might melt your skin.
They might.
Good to know. Excellent. Good job, guys. Good team.
Okay, so the plan is to stay on the ship. So what are we doing? You can see again the sort of sparking light of the water hitting the shield. What do you want to do? Because I want to kind of get to a good wrap up point for session today.
Well, heal. I'd say yeah. Let Morn research, and then can we ask Plucky why the shield's still up?
The weather, you can learn about weather in laboratory too.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain the shield. A very specific question. Why is the shield still up?
Is that what
The weather.
I'm going to assume? I'm going to double check with Griffle when someone asks Plucky through Griffle if that's what she would say. So I don't mind just being like, kind of like one's telepathy, but it is still Griffle asking the questions. So
Okay, so I would entertain the request to ask because I am also like I'm pretty sure that the rain is toxic and that's why it's still up, but it's still worth asking.
So Plucky responds, there is an unidentified magical presence within the meteorological phenomenon. The ship's defenses are defaulting towards protecting the crew on deck. You get that same sort of, it kept pausing in there, like you get that sort of humming. It's thinking like it doesn't really know, but it's sort of defaulting it to like the sort of what it considers to be the safest option.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well that answers it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's something magical about the storm. which is kind of why we're here. Which means then we want to go to the lab and then do research on the meteorological event.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Sounds good. Actually, I have to spend my time babysitting some idiot.
At least I do damage.
Ooh.
It cut me real deep just now, Shrek.
I feel like that comment is the most damage you've done this session too.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey, I did arguably infinite damage by
Uh-huh.
By breaking
teleporting
that
in
computer.
by breaking the computer.
So as players, do you understand what the computer is referring to when it says that stuff like this is in the brain?
The lab 2?
Yeah.
2?
Lab 2. Do you see divine meteorological phenomenon is one of the rituals in laboratory 2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
And what level ritual is that again?
Level 1.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Gary, you're making the fatal assumption that we've looked at this shit.
That's fine. I'm making it clear that your characters have gotten this list before. So I'm not gonna have you guys hunt for it. I'm just gonna say, it is referring you back to something that your characters know is there, which is
Thanks, Gary.
that portend weather is one of the things that's stored within the ship.
I love you.
Divine meteorological phenomenon. You determine what weather will be like for the next 24 hours. Within a 50-mile radius, that's so big.
Yeah.
But is that just saying what the weather will be like? Does that tell us anything about the weather?
You may have to find out.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Let's just do it.
Find out next time on Survivor.
So you guys take your time standing here or doing things on the ship, trying to allow people to have time to recover and to research and to look into things. I'm going to try to see if I can do a little bit of between session stuff. If you guys have ideas for research or stuff you want to do on your downtime, it could have been any time during the last 3 days. If you have time between now and next session and you want to talk to me, I'm all game for doing stuff in the vignettes channel. One of the things that you will note is that when someone casts portend weather, it'll take a use of it off the ship. But the pretend weather, when it goes out, when it gives you back the reading, it tells you that it's going to be over the next 24 hours that it's going to be cloudy with mist in the morning and no chance of rain.
Wow.
Implying that it's wrong.
Yep.
Or
So it's
implying
not,
that the rain
it's not weather.
Yeah.
Well, it did say, I mean, the computer said whatever, but it said anomaly or something, so it could be all sorts of things. I don't know.
But it did tell us to go learn about the weather, so it kind of thinks it's.
But you asked it about the weather, and it said that if you want to know about the weather, you have pretend weather in the lab.
So if we had asked it what's going on with this rain right now, then what would it say?
There is no rain.
I do that. I ask.
You get a thing that says there is a magical phenomenon happening that is of indeterminate origin. The ship does not currently have diagnostic capabilities.
Mm.
Basically, it says
Currently.
it can tell that there's something magic. It doesn't know what it is, and it doesn't know what to do about it. But the only thing that it affected was, and it'll say basically that it could tell that this might interfere with its ability to teleport, so it made some adjustments and then teleported anyways, and it wasn't a problem. So it's basically saying, I don't know what this thing does, but everything from it's not seeming to harm the ship at the moment, so low priority.
Okay. Fair enough.
How does the bubble around the ship work? Like, could I stick my hand out?
You can. So you
I
go.
do.
stick your hand out. The water is pretty cold, but I mean, it feels like water when you put your hand through the shield, and there is, your hand's still wet. Like the water doesn't get cleaned off by the shield or anything.
Can I lick it?
It's cold, fresh water.
Lick it.
I shrug to the party. Can I detect magic on my hand?
So you kind of extend your arcane senses out, and as soon as you do, you're used to getting that sort of background hum of magic from the ship. But when you turn it on and you look at your hand, doesn't look like anything special. When you look out into the rain, that same sort of sparking thing that it does when it touches the shield, that's what it looks like into your eyes. It doesn't look like there's rain coming down. It looks like, and as far as you can see in every direction, that there are these huge black clouds raining brilliant blue sparks, just showers of blue sparks from the sky. Each of those raindrops has a tiny bit of magic in it.
Brew our own Stormhorn Gold.
Yeah.
So the kind of comes back to things. As you guys are kind of going around doing your things, exploring stuff on the ship, or trying to recover one or the other, reading your things or examining things on deck, Griffle, you get that hum in the back of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
It goes on for 30 seconds and then stops.
Okay. Plucky, what was that?
Primary weapon systems were engaged.
What? From where?
I do not understand the request.
Ah. Plucky, you
Rogue
idiot!
AI, Rogue AI.
What action did weapon systems perform?
Primary weapon systems were engaged when another entity hailed the ship. The ship is currently on high alert and is set to neutralize all forces that would detect or harm the ship.
Wait, what? Did we just kill someone?
Fuck.
That's not what it said.
It said neutralize.
Not what it said.
The systems, the weapon systems activated, and then after a second they turned off. So it says it didn't discharge them.
But it was
Okay.
hailed. Our ship was hailed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
Can
whom?
we also can we pull a Star Trek? Can we like pull them up? Put them on the
Keep 'em
screen.
up.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I? So Plucky.
Talk to the Borg.
Identify the. Can Plucky identify the person who hailed us?
Yes, and it will give you a designation.
A beacon designation.
It does. It gives you a beacon designation. I
Yeah.
thought I had it on my notes for session, and I do not. So I'll have to give that to you in a bit because I don't want to hunt for it when we only got a few minutes left of session.
Yeah. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Somebody else has hailed us. They know we're here.
It gave you a beacon designation, and then it then basically explains to you the ship was this beacon extended long range sensors. The ship would have been in long range sensors. However, the forbiddance around the ship was not overcome by the sensors of the vessel.
Oh, so they don't know we're here.
Right. So basically, Superstition's End detected something else coming in, like it came in range of something else, and then it turned on all the weapon system in case it was detected, and then it wasn't detected, so it turned the weapon systems off.
Okay, right. So they don't know we're here, presumably.
Well, the ship doesn't think it knows that they're here. You're here.
Okay, cool.
Direction were they in?
Oh,
Can
man,
the ship
I'm so
tell?
excited. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and you can pull it up exactly where it is on the beacon, and it's 25 miles southeast.
Is it still moving?
It is
So
not-
Oh, weird.
It wasn't moving.
southeast. So it's a ship. It's on the ocean.
It's like right on the
It's like over
coast.
here. Yeah, it's right on the coast.
hmm
Okay. I'll
it
know
can be-
more when I get that beacon classification.
And I really feel bad. I could have sworn I had this.
No,
in my
it's
notes.
all good. You can. We're coming
Well-
towards the end of session anyway. There's not much
Yeah.
we can do with this information this session.
While I look this up, I did want to go ahead and see if we could do scheduling real quick, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So I think
Sure.
it's
Let's stop the recording then if we're done with session.